As heard on 97.3 ESPN, Tim Saunders on the call. Trevor Zegras quickly scores 2 goals to put the Flyers up 2-0. They never looked back, and they dispose of the Garden State Devils 5-1, and it's starting to feel like the Flyers may, in fact, end the playoff drought. What's up, everybody? I'm your host, Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash. Josh Henning is producing today's show. You out there, you know, every once in a while, a team takes over a town. Durso said something on Monday's show that I thought was well put by Kevin Durso, who's going to join us tonight at 5:30. He said, this Flyers team is starting to feel like the 07 Phillies. The 07 Phillies were down 7 games with 17 to go. They made the playoffs. Now, they got knocked out quickly, but they ended up winning the World Series the very next season. But could this team feel more like 2022 Phillies if they, in fact, get into the playoff dance? We'll discuss it today on the Sports Bash because, listen, we all love the one thing about Philadelphia sports teams. We generally have fallen in love with teams that didn't have preseason expectations, right? The 93 Phillies came out of nowhere. The Eagles team with Nick Foles came out of nowhere. The Eagles team in 2022 came out of nowhere. I mean, that team won 9 games, and then all of a sudden gets A.J. Brown. They go on and went to a Super Bowl. They didn't win the Super Bowl, but they went to a Super Bowl. And then the team that won the Super Bowl a couple of years ago was coming off the 2023 season in which we despised that team for the way they ended that year, and then they went on to win the Super Bowl. The 2022 Phillies, no expectations or anticipation that they were going to make it to the World Series, and we fell in love with that team. So could this Flyers team take us on a journey that we didn't expect? The 2010 Flyers, by the way, another example of a team that came out of nowhere, got into the playoffs on the last day of the season, and took us on a journey that really made the summer of 2010 a memorable sports summer. The 93 Phillies, as we mentioned, the 01 Sixers. Now, that Sixers team, we didn't think at the beginning of the year that they were going to be a NBA championship contender. You're hoping that team could have been a playoff team with Iverson. They had won in the playoffs finally, after all the times they had lost against Reggie Miller. And they finally get through, and they make it all the way to the NBA Finals and, of course, lose to Shaq and Kobe. But there's something about a team that doesn't have expectations that is now changing the narrative. And the Flyers are changing the narrative. The difference is, and we've had this conversation a lot in our little 97.3 circle here, right? We got guys who are hockey guys. We got guys who are not as much a hockey guys. And some guys are basketball guys. And the debate on who's in a better spot, the Flyers or the Sixers. Some people say the Flyers are in a better spot. Some people say the Sixers are in a better spot. I don't know who's in a better spot right now. It feels like the Flyers have overtaken everybody right now, though. And it's the same reason a couple of weeks ago we would say, well, what do the Flyers have going for them? And all of a sudden, what they have going for them now is something that you couldn't see happening a month ago. Porter Martone was not here. Tyson Forrester was not here. Who scored the goals last night? Zegras, Forrester, and Martone's name was echoed or etched into them. The infusion of life that Martone has given this team was unforeseen 2 weeks ago. I mean, seriously. This was not something that anyone could have foreseen coming. And then the Forrester, the fact that he gets activated And in the middle of this playoff push, he gets activated, and then last night he scores 2 goals. Zegras, by the way, 2 goals and assists. Forrester with 2 goals. Matvei Michkov is almost has become a forgotten man on this team. He actually had a couple of helpers last night. You know, Michkov is a guy who has been, quite frankly, disappointing this year, and he entered the year as the guy you were probably most excited about. Can he raise the level of his game at the right time? Could you get a version of Michkov that you hoped that you got all season and get him at the right time? This is like adding Paul George after a 25-game suspension and saying, hey, I'm the best version of myself. Can you get the best version of him when it matters the most? You know, I thought Forrester last night, forget the fact that the first 2 goals are scored by Zegras, who obviously has come out of nowhere recently. He had a little bit of a slow, stalled there for a little bit, but he's up to 25 goals now. But putting him on that line with Martone has really just given him an infusion. But adding Forrester, I thought Forrester, when he played earlier in the year, we were having a conversation. This is back when Nate was still working here, by the way. Not that Nate did he reach out yesterday? Did anybody tell him that he was getting ripped on the radio?
Nope.
Oh, boy. Well, I was having the conversation with Nate, and he tried to throw a Phillies fastball by me, a Flyers fastball by me, by asking me who was the best, the most surprising player on the Flyers for the first, month of the season. And I said Forrester. I thought he was the best guy on the team the first month or so before he got hurt. And when he got hurt, it was an awful timing of that situation. But he played outstanding last night. Now, I think if we talked to Durso later on in the show, he would watch that game and say probably sloppy game. They scored a couple early, gave one back, but then the 2 in the second. And then, of course, the empty netter in the third, 5-1 the final. Vladar, another good game for him last night. Flyers win, and that win last night, now they have a 2-point advantage over Columbus for that Metropolitan spot. That is the spot you're really focused on at this point. Because in the wild card, if you look at the wild card situation, they have 92. They would be tied with Ottawa currently for the wild card. But you want to get that third spot in the Metro, and that would have you facing Pittsburgh in the first round. I guess as it stands now, Carolina. If you were the second wild card team, you would play Carolina. Am I right about that? Carolina has the most points, so they would play Carolina would be matched up with Ottawa. Boston would be matched up with Tampa Bay in the wild card. The 2 and the 3 play each other from the Atlantic, and the 2 and the 3 play each other from the Metro. So it would be Pittsburgh, Philadelphia is the first-round possibility right now for the Flyers. But as we opened up the show today, sometimes a team comes out of nowhere and creates different expectations. Is this team all of a sudden creating different expectations, or are you just kind of along for the ride wherever they take me? Or do you now have different expectations for the Flyers?
I think most people are just along for the ride because I've run into multiple people in the last few days who have talked to me about the Flyers, and they've all kind of given me that vibe. It's the vibe of this is fun, this is cool, I don't even care what they do long term. I'm just here to enjoy the ride. This is like there's an energy about the Flyers that's like, hey, this is fun compared to the other teams.
Well, there's no question that they are fun. They are entertaining. There is energy there. It's excitement. You know why? Because it's new. For 5 years, they have been irrelevant. This is almost like the 2018 Sixers. For 5 years, process and all that nonsense, they got into the playoffs that first year with Joel and Ben and Ilyasova and Bellinelli and J.J. Redick, and they're shooting threes, and that team was fun, and it made you kind of re-fall in love with Sixers basketball after a 5-year absence of process years, mediocrity, the whole Bynum thing, and then all of a sudden that Sixers team in 2018 brushed all the negativity aside and said, wow, basketball's fun again. I'm back, baby. And the Sixers grabbed you for, about 3 to 4 years there where you were just breaking down. They would lose a game on Tuesday night in February and it would piss you off. That's what they're supposed to do. You're supposed to be so infatuated with the team that when they lose a meaningless 82 regular season game in the middle of February, that you are mad. That means you have fallen back in love with that team. And the Sixers had you. They don't have you like that anymore.
No. But the Flyers are rolling into, like you said, that territory. They are entering that space.
The Flyers are now getting to a point where when it's 6 o'clock and you get home from work, you want to put the TV on and you want to watch Flyers pregame live. When the game's over, you want to see what Al Morganti has to say.
And I think part of the reason why also is it's not just that they're winning, it's how they're winning. I think that gets overlooked. I know that it's for a lot of people out there who are not like diehard hockey fans, they don't realize sometimes the differences. So if I could just put it out really quick, the biggest difference between this team this year and last year is this team seems to be playing together. There's an energy of, like, there was an assist by Mishkov on Friday where he didn't have to pass it to Sanheim for that massive goal to help them get the win. But he made the selfless play, made the pass, took like a quarterback throwing a pass. In football, quarterback throws a pass, he knows he's going to get hit. Mishkov did the same thing. It's small little things like that, and then you see the guys jumping on each other, celebrating together. This team looks genuinely like they're having fun playing with each other and for each other.
Well, and that's what you get sometimes when you get some new life in there. I'm very intrigued to see, where this team gets, placed in the playoffs. It looks like it would be Pittsburgh if they can hold on. Listen, it is not a fait accompli.
No.
They've got some work to do still. It looks much better today than it did yesterday with the win, obviously. But keep in mind, you just played Detroit on Thursday night last week. So less than 1 week later, a team that just came into your barn and beat you 4-2, you've got to play them again Thursday night on the road. And Detroit needs that game just as much as you do. Then you got to go on the road to Winnipeg. The schedule maker, not nice, saying, hey, go on out to Western Canada, play one game,
and then
come back again and play Monday and Tuesday on a back-to-back. So you go from Jersey to Detroit to Western Canada and then come all the way back to Philadelphia and play a back-to-back on Monday and Tuesday. That's not exactly very kind schedule making there. And one of the things that Rick Tocchet has said is, look, we've played a lot of games and we've been up for it. We've been up for it. Now, keep this in mind. The Flyers won 2 in a row, lost 1. 3 in a row, lost 1. 3 in a row, lost 2. They've now won 3 straight. So just because they won 3 straight here, that's been about the mark where they fall back down to the L category. So this game against Detroit, it is a big one. It is meaningful, and it's exciting to say, hey, they got a big game that matters, and you win that game against Detroit. They've got 89 points. That's a 4-point swinger-dinger right there, baby. You knock them way out of the mix, you get yourself 2, and that pretty much eliminates them from kind of hanging out into this playoff mix. But just think about how desperate they are when they drop that puck on Thursday night. And that game, by the way, you can listen to it on our sister station, Rock 104.1, the Rock 104.1 mobile app. You'll be able to listen to all the Flyers hockey, playoffs, and everything. Looking forward to it. It's been a while, guys. Been a while, hasn't it? It's been 5 long years.
And really, it's actually longer than that, because the last time they were in the playoffs, it was that bubble situation. No fans were there. They weren't even playing in America. They were playing in other Toronto and other places. So.
Yeah, they played. It was the bubble situation. They were the 1 seed that year, by the way.
Yeah,
and they got bounced in the second round by the Islanders.
I remember. It was a situation where you felt like, wow, this is fun and interesting, but it's not really playoff hockey.
All right, that's where we start with that. 6:09. 4030973 on the White Horse RV text board. White Horse RV, Williamstown and Galloway. Your RV adventure starts here at White Horse RV. Hit us up on the White Horse RV text board, 609-403-0973. Got a couple text messages early on to start this day, and we got some other things I want to get into. First one, Jeff in Summers Point. Mike, I think the reason our Sixers fans don't have their complete heart is because the losses we have are by 40 points. There's no fight in them. When we had Butler and Redick, we were in every game. It was exciting. Some of the wins are super close and exciting, but the next day our entire team health. Yeah, that's the problem, Jeff. The lack of consistency from night to night in terms of who's available for the Sixers. Now, with the Flyers, everybody's playing. That's the one big problem that the NBA is having versus the NHL. The NHL, everybody's playing. Guy walks out with an amputated leg, and you're like, you're playing tonight? Hell yeah, I am. You never know who's showing up to play in the NBA. But the blowouts by the Sixers, some of the nights, they win a game against Charlotte, and you're like, oh, that was a great – the Charlotte win on the road was a great win for them. And then you follow it up with a stinker in Miami.
Right.
And then the week of, is Joel playing? He's sick. He's not sick. Is he playing? We don't know. There's a back-to-back coming up. You don't have that problem with the Flyers. Paul in Northfield says, my kids have no idea how to be around me right now during the Flyers run. They've never experienced it before. Excited to see where they go. Well, Paul, you're right. I go back to 2010 was one of the best summers because that team went deep. I mean, you go all the way to the Stanley Cup Finals. You're now playing into the summer. That was so much fun. It was every other night. I mean, it was crazy. And that team, the 2010 Flyers, you had Michael Leighton and Brian Boucher. They were changing goaltenders almost like every other game. Leighton would play two, and then he would stink, and then it was just nuts. But it was fun, and, going back to the question, who's in a better spot, I guess you got to say the Flyers right now. If Porter Martone is what we're watching right now, is this guy the real deal? Can they get Michkov to elevate his game? Forrester's now back. I mean, he was kind of a forgotten man 2 weeks ago. When he got hurt, he was out of sight, out of mind. Now, he jumps back in, and it's not that he jumped back in and you're like, oh, he's not making any impact. He's jumped back in last night, probably the best player on the ice last night.
Well, remember, the whole thing with Forrester, for those who don't remember, he was not supposed to come back at all this year.
Yeah.
His prognosis was 5 to 6 months. He came back in 4. And the very first game he comes back, he scores a goal last week. And so it's almost like whatever energy about, like, could this team make the playoff? Could it not make the playoff? It got amplified like 10,000%.
And he scored a goal, by the way, in the game they lost, so it got lost in the sauce a little bit.
Right.
He scored in that Detroit game.
But he scored the very first game he came back. So then you're like, whoa, okay, Forrester's, he's here. Like, he's announced his return.
And he's 24 years old, so he's a guy that you're hoping is around for the long haul here. Now, all of a sudden, you look around. This team really needs that other guy, that number one, that somehow can they find that guy to really put them over the top.
I think that the theory right now is they're hoping Porter Martone can be that guy, and maybe that Forrester and Michkov can kind of be like the sidekicks. I don't think that that's enough personally, but it's enough for now. It's enough for now to have a little.
It's enough
fun.
to have a little fun.
But if you're going to be a championship contender beyond having a little fun, they're going to need to spend a little money to go out and get somebody.
On the White Horse RV text board, Paul in Northfield says, we talked about hockey back then. They were the 8 seed. The Boston upset was unforgettable. Yeah, they were the 8 seed, and they were down 3-0 in that series and came back and won. But you just said it, Paul. They were the 8 seed. Those are the teams that we generally fall in love with, the ones that we have no expectations for. They got in as the 8 seed, and now all of a sudden they're taking me on a journey that I never expected. So there's no expectations. It's hard to be critical because you didn't think they had the shot to do anything.
Right,
and then they knock off the 1 seed and, you move on from there. Actually, I think they were did they get in on the last day but were the 7?
In 2010?
Yeah.
Yeah, they got in.
I know they got in on the last day, but did they become the 7 when they qualified
they were still the 8.
and beat the 2 that year? Phil in Brigantine says, Mike, you guys are spot on the Flyers. It's new and exciting and great if they make the playoffs. Compare my expectations regarding the Phillies making the playoffs isn't good enough anymore. Yeah, he says, I'm ticked off about an April game. The same old Phillies offense will haunt them in the playoffs. Well, we're going to get into that. McGarry's going to join us on the other side. Phillies, by the way, do have a 3:45 early game today. The lineup is out. Real Muto is not in the lineup today, but apparently the x-rays were negative on his foot. He probably will be back on Friday. So the lineup is basically the same as it usually is. I don't have it in front of me, but I can tell you off the top of my head because they made no changes. Turner, Schwarber, Harper, Bohm is back in the lineup today. Stott hitting fifth. Garcia sixth. Marsh seventh. Marchand is hitting eighth. And Justin Crawford is hitting ninth. Aaron Nola gets the start today. But the lineup last night, again, Phil, you bring it up, and you're right. The lineup last night, hideous. 4 hits I think they had. Couldn't get anything going. Robbie Ray, we talked about being the most nondescript Cy Young winner in 2021. He carved them up last night. Their splits, you ready for this? Phillies Tailgate, which if you don't follow, Phillies Tailgate, it's at Phil's Tailgate. It's probably the best Phillies follow in terms of just like random stats. Their splits this year, you ready for this? Against right-handers, they're hitting 260, 333 on base, 429 slug. 9 homers, 33 RBI. Against lefties, 158, 268 on base, 242 slug. 2 homers and 9 RBI against left-handed pitching. I mean, those splits are awful. And you knew coming into the season, I mean, you didn't have to watch this team play a game last year, the year before that, and no, they did nothing to make those splits feel like they're going to be any better.
By the way, your memory was correct. The Flyers were the 7 seed that year. They edged out the Canadians on the last day of the year.
Yeah, they got in on the last day. It was an overtime game.
Yep.
The save, they win on the shootout, which back then they were terrible in shootouts. They ended up winning in the shootout, and that shootout win, they not only got into the playoffs, they actually got in as the 7.
Right.
And then they beat, I think, the Rangers, was it, in the first round? Or Montreal?
Almost.
One of those.
Devils was the first round.
Devils. Along the way, it was what? Devils, Montreal, I think, was in there, and then Boston was the path to victory.
Yeah, so you had Philly, Boston, and then Philly beat Montreal in the conference final.
So it was Boston and then Montreal.
Yep.
Gotcha. All right. And then they lost to Chicago.
You had the
in
right
the Stanley
teams,
Cup
just not the
final.
right
Yep. All right. Well, if they can get themselves back to a playoff berth, let's get there first and then see where we're at. What about the Phillies? Aaron Nola pitching today. He threw well in his last start. He was out at Coors Field his last time. You know, the Phillies have not won a series at Oracle Park since May of 2013. We'll talk about the game last night. Our Phillies Fastball segment is coming up in about 35 minutes from now. Nuggets early today, football at 4. Kevin Durso tonight. The White Horse RV text board, 609-403-0973. I see your text messages come in. This hour of the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. It is brought to you by the law offices of Craig A. Altman, proud sponsors of Philadelphia sports coverage in South Jersey.
Because when it comes to injuries, it's not something you can afford to get wrong. Listen, those insurance companies, they want to delay, deny. They want to pay as little as possible. You got to make sure someone's on your side when you're dealing with these injuries. You want lawyers who have experience, and that's who the law offices of Craig A. Altman are. They approach the case the same way that we break down a game. There's strategy, preparation, execution, no shortcuts. The key is they're here in South Jersey with offices in Vineland. Give them a call at 856-327-8899. That's 856-327-8899. Or visit CraigAltmanLaw.com, because you do not want to go into an injury case without a game plan.
All right, when we come back, Mike McGarry for the Press of Atlantic City. Do the Phillies have a real problem, or is it just an early season thing that eventually will go away? Shutout last night in San Francisco. McGarry joins me next. 2:32, Sports Bash Live. Mike McGarry for the Press of Atlantic City in just a moment. Don't forget, listen for that sounder to go off today. 4 more chances, to enter to win a pair of tickets to go see the Eagles play a home game at Lincoln Financial Field. I actually have thoughts on the Eagles' schedule coming up later on in the show. Also have a thought on the Eagles and A.J. Brown and this whole situation. And my phone was going crazy last night with this Diana Rossini thing. We had her on, of course, at the Super Bowl. People didn't like her to begin with because of the A.J. Brown news. Well, we might now know where she's getting it from. Possible. Mike McGarry for the Press of Atlantic City is here. He joins us now. Late night out in San Francisco of no runs. You stay up all night like that, Mike, you get no runs on the board. And I know we talk about this lineup often, but at what point does the team say, same old story, same old song and dance?
Yeah, we seem to be having a lot of that so far at the start of the season. And you're right. If you're going to, the game starts at 9:45, end sometime after midnight. If you're going to stay up like I did, you hope to see a more entertaining game than we saw last night. I kind of had one eye, on my computer screen watching some basketball and one eye on the Phillies last night. Yeah, I mean, it's the same old story. It's just sometimes it seems like it's a hard team to watch, even though, if they win today and their game starts about an hour, they will have won their third straight series. They would have had a 4-2 road trip. It just doesn't seem like they're playing as well as their record and series wins would indicate. And I don't know if that's their problem or is that our problem.
Well, Mike, I know it's not a panic situation. However, let's just say this thing continues to manifest. Does the GM, does the team, is it incumbent on this time to try to get out in front and do something different? Or do you just hope that you get to the playoffs and you are hot at the right moment?
No, I think this team will do what it actively has done the past couple seasons, and that is I think they'll look to add during the season, and I think they'll look for that ever-elusive, power-hitting, right-handed bat to sort of fit in that cleanup spot or that number 5 spot in the order. The question is that guy out there, and what cost are you willing to pay? Now, if I'm the Phillies, Mike, and I don't know how you feel about this, I'm willing to pay a high cost this year. I'm willing to maybe deal away part of the future because I think, the window with this group, I'm not saying the window with the overall group, but I think this might be the last year for this core to try to get it done. So if they need some help, I am willing to part with, future prospects and stuff. I just don't know if that right-handed power bat is going to be out there because they're not easy to find.
Mike, I want to get your take on, one of the things last night was defense. Their defense was horrible. Left fielder Otto Kemp is not a left fielder. That's obvious. Can they continue to run him out there? Is his offense good enough to keep playing him? What do you make of that situation? Because, against left-handed pitching, their splits are horrible, and if he's going to not be able to help you out defensively, what do you make of that situation? Is that something that we'll be keeping an eye on?
Yeah, that's definitely something we're keeping an eye on, Mike. I mean, he had problems last night with the ball back over his head. He had problems in Citizens Bank Park with the same type of play. You can't hit a line drive to left field and hold your breath every time. So if Otto Kemp is going to be out there and field the way he does, he better be, lights out against left-handed pitching, and he hasn't been so far. So I'm not going to pull the plug on that situation quite yet, but, another week or so, another 7 to 10 days, if Otto doesn't start hitting and the defense remains the same, then I think you'll see a change in that situation.
Yeah, I know a lot of people already making the call. Well, I got Brian De La Cruz. He's got 3 home runs down at Lehigh Valley. Dylan Moore. I don't know where Dylan Moore really is necessary on this roster. Maybe Otto Kemp goes to that kind of like corner infielder reserve, and you bring up somebody else. But they got to figure out what they're going to do with a right-handed bat. Is De La Cruz even an option in your mind, or they got to go bigger than that, right?
Well, bigger than that, but for right now, if you're talking about solving, the Otto Kemp issue, and De La Cruz off to a hot start in AAA, if Otto Kemp continues to struggle in the field, why not promote De La Cruz in 7 to 10 days, give him the Otto Kemp role, and see if he's capable? Maybe he gets lightning in the bottle right there. You're actually talking about a bench guy, but you can't have the situation. Think about the game that ended, I think it was the day game, where Brandon Marsh made that catch in left field at Citizens Bank Park. He ran back and made a nice grab. Otto Kemp doesn't make that play, so
he didn't make it last night. That's for sure.
Yeah. You need a guy who can catch the ball in left field, and Otto's really struggling out there. And why not give De La Cruz a chance? I mean, Otto Kemp is still Otto Kemp. I mean, he hasn't earned the right or the benefit of the doubt to ease into the season. He's got to pick it up, at least in my mind, in the next 7 to 10 days, or you've got to make a change there.
And I know, listen, by the way, Dylan Moore, who doesn't need to be on this roster, has 154 games of left field experience. I mean, quite frankly, you could have played him in left, Kemp at third, and Sosa at second, and probably been a better defensive team last night.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree. I think they're just hoping against hope that maybe Otto can settle down there. I think they like what Otto brings offensively. There's no, I think Otto kind of endeared himself to management and the team last year with the way he played through those injuries, the way he toughed it out.
Yeah.
Now he's off to a slow start this year, but I think, again, he hasn't earned the benefit of the doubt that you're going to give him to the end of May, Memorial Day, the middle of June to turn it around. But I think he has earned, 7 to 10 days to kind of get on track out there in left field and get on track at the plate.
Well, we'll see what happens. Bohm didn't play last night. He is in the lineup today. Realmuto left the game last night. He is not in the lineup today. Marchand gets the call there, and it is Aaron Nola getting the start. And he pitched well in Colorado, Mike, and I don't know if you had enough evidence to say, hey, you feel better that the regular Nola's back, not the cosplayer that we got last year.
Yeah, well, I feel I'm moving in that direction, Mike. I feel good about Nola today, but I'm interested to see what he does today, right? His first start of the season was okay. He gave up the 2 home runs, kind of a typical Nola outing, except that outing was 5 innings and 2 home runs. The previous Nola outing was like 6 1/3 or 7 innings with 10 strikeouts and 2 home runs. So we didn't quite get that in his first start. Pitched great against the Colorado Rockies, but we all know the Colorado Rockies won 43 games last year. So I think nice, interesting test for him today in the third game of a series. Rubber game of a series, you want to win. That's how you get playoff spots in baseball. You stack series wins. So, yeah, interested to see if Nola can build on the success that he had last Friday in Colorado. Not going to panic if he pitches okay, but another good start today, and you start to say, hey, maybe we do have the old Aaron Nola back.
All right, Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City. I know my phone was buzzing and the feeds were buzzing with this Diana Rossini story. You are a guy who is a reporter, not quite an insider per se, but do you look at those pictures and say, this is not a good look?
Yeah, to me, it's not a good look to be caught with a source or a possible source or somebody that you cover, out sort of socially and stuff like that. Obviously, people run across each other, people talk.
Yeah.
That's how you build relationships, right? Everybody wants to know where these scoops come from. Well, you meet in restaurants, you talk, you get to know people, you introduce yourself to them, you introduce yourself to them, but you don't want to put yourself in a position where people think you're favoring one team or the other, basically.
Right. Well, that's more of the question that I like. Whatever they're doing, who the hell cares? That's they're adults. They can.
Right.
But do you look at the reporting as a compromise now with all this A.J. Brown stuff? Seeing that.
Look, I don't really look at it as being compromised, but it opens the door for people to ask those questions. And what you want to do is not open the door, Mike. I mean, the bottom line, Mike, and around this industry, you spend a lot of time. Our job is we spend time. We're lucky enough we spend time around teams, around athletes, And on the professional level, I don't think you become friends or, buddies on the professional level, because I just think there's a sort of a difference, a difference between the athlete and the reporter. First of all, that difference is money. The athlete's making $25 million. The reporter, I can assure you, is not. So that's a big difference. But I cover high school sports. You become friendly with coaches. You see them through the years. Occasionally, you see them out socially or something. You live in the same town. You run across each other at the supermarket. You have conversations. It's a friendly face. So I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I just think you don't want to put yourself in a position to have something be taken for what it's not, and to have the question your journalistic integrity. You don't want to put yourself in that sort of spot. If Diana and Mike Rabel ran across each other, at an NFL event, they were pictured together, or they were, ran across each other at the same grocery store, it'd be a different matter than if they were spotted together at a vacation spot. And, I know the statement came out that they said, well, the pictures don't show the full story and stuff like that. That's life. Pictures don't show the full story. That's why you really can't put yourself in those positions. I'm reminded of the Michigan State coach, Tom Izzo, who will not take a picture with, if he's out at a restaurant or something and somebody comes up for him and says, I'll take a picture. He says, sure, I'll take the picture, but he won't have any alcoholic drinks or anything in those pictures and stuff like that. You just don't want to put yourself in a situation where somebody can look at a picture and get the wrong impression.
Well, we'll see what ends up happening there. Obviously, a lot of Eagles fans already were not thrilled with some of the reporting that she had, and we'll see what ends up happening there.
Yeah, Mike, that's an interesting question, because I don't know if her reporting is her reporting. I don't know if the fact that she was pictured with Mike Vrabel changes the way A.J. Brown feels about Jalen Hurts, basically, or indicates that it was.
Well, there's been some insinuation that she was putting stuff out there to make it seem more that Brown doesn't want to be here, to try to drum up more of the Eagles wanting to get. You know what I'm saying? Like, maybe he's not as wanting to get out of here.
Right. I think that might be wishful thinking. I think if anybody looks back at A.J. Brown's behavior this past season, he does not look like a guy who wanted to be in Philadelphia, at least from my viewpoint going forward, basically.
All right, Mike's back on Friday, where the Phillies will be back home taking on Arizona. The Sixers will be on the back-to-back. We'll see if Joel plays Thursday or Friday. We'll talk more about that on Friday's show. And we could be having the Flyers in the playoffs for the first time in 5 years. We'll have more discussion throughout the show. Mike, appreciate it, man.
All right, Mike, we'll see you down the road.
All right, Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com, right here on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. I'm Mike Hill. This is the Sports Bash, your home for Flyers hockey. Sixers basketball will have the playoffs for you here on 97.3 ESPN. Don't forget, that Draft Day Sounder is going to be going off here shortly. This hour of the show is brought to you by the law offices of Craig Altman, proud sponsors of Philly sports coverage on 97.3 ESPN. Are the Eagles trying to, I'm trying to read some tea leaves here. Are the Eagles trying to save the A.J. Brown relationship? I'll explain coming up, plus Phillies Fastball, Nuggets. That's all coming up right here on the Sports Bash. Welcome back. Sports Bass Live, 97.3 ESPN. The Phillies have made a trade. They had a switch-hitting outfielder, Stuart Baroja. Plays all three outfield positions. He's had a cup of coffee in the majors, mostly with the Brewers. Played with the Blue Jays, Brewers. Not a lot. I mean, he's not a guy who's played a whole heck of a lot of big league baseball. More of a, looks like a career minor leaguer so far. He's 26 years old. His career, 167, no homers. I can't imagine he's going to be the right-handed bat that comes in and helps this lineup out. But I'll tell you what, they do need some outfield depth in the organization. They are struggling there. They really need a guy that can play center field in Rojas being out. So Stuart Baroja is now a member of the Phillies. It's a trade, and in exchange, they send cash considerations to the Brewers. He is being optioned to Lehigh Valley, and he is now going to be placed on the 40-man roster. Right-handed pitcher Yonel Curet is designated for assignment. There you go. There's your big right-handed bat trade that Mike and I were just talking about.
Cash considerations.
Yes, cash considerations.
How much cash considerations would we need to receive if someone wanted me?
I don't know. I can't imagine it's much different than what Stuart Baroja went for. I would probably imagine you're a little bit more valuable than he would be.
Oh, you're so sweet.
So, a couple things here. One, I'm going to talk about this later on in the show, but I had a little epiphany of sorts on this A.J. Brown thing.
A little Eureka moment?
Well, I was on Birds 365 this morning with McMullen, and, we were talking about this Rossini thing, which I felt like I was on TMZ. And
it's very TMZ.
It is. And listen, it's a terrible look for her. I got to believe, I got to imagine it's not a good look for her. It's just not. Whether it's compromised information or whatever it is, whatever anybody wants to think, you're well within your right. The pictures are not good. They are not, and they're innocent enough, but they're still not good. The article is not good. So according to the article, Vrabel drove like 2 hours to this hotel.
Right.
And it's an adult-only hotel.
Right, there's no families there.
So I understand, like, you want some peace and quiet. You don't want kids running around. Okay, fine. You both went to the same place.
At the same time.
2 hours away. It's not a good look. And the one picture, like a lot of the pictures seem innocently enough. Hey, I haven't seen you in a while. A little hug. They're friendly. She covered him in Nashville. Yes. There's the one picture where their fingers are interlocked, and the look on her face is, I can't believe I'm about to do this. Like, that's the look on her face. Like, I can't believe we're doing this. Like, I don't want to do this, but, like, I just.
And you didn't want to talk about it this morning.
Who?
You. You said it's like a TMZ story.
Well, I said, yeah, I'm not like, a TMZ story is not in my wheelhouse of things that I really want to, get into. I've met her one time. We had her on the radio at the Super Bowl. She was very nice. She is down in this area frequently. That was one of the things she told us on the air. She goes down to Strathmere. She has a place in either Stone Harbor, Avalon, or Seattle, one of those places. Yep. But it's not a good look for her. It's not a good look at all, and I'm interested to see what happens next there and how many people out there that, people already didn't like her reporting.
Yes.
And I'm not getting involved with that because it's not our place to get mad at someone because you don't like the information they're getting.
Correct.
But if the information is compromised, that's not good. That's not good at all. So, with that, I had a little bit of an epiphany thought on A.J. Brown and that whole situation. We'll talk about that a little bit later on in the show. Phil's getting ready in about less than an hour right now. They will be trying to win their first series at Oracle Park since 2013. Aaron Nola will pitch, and Tyler Malley is starting for the Giants today. We'll get into all that and more. Our Phillies Fastball segment is coming up next. But first, 609-573-3776. 3776 609 573 3776. Caller 6 and caller 7. This is your first chance today to enter. You could win a pair of Eagles Club Box tickets. These are great seats. 50-yard line, Club Box, Lincoln Financial Field. Somebody's going to win an overnight stay at Ocean Casino Resort, which is equally as luxurious as watching a game at Lincoln Financial Field. You go, you watch an Eagles game, you stay at Ocean Casino Resort. Or maybe it's a concert. Maybe it's a comedy show. They got great comedians coming in, great concerts coming in. I'm actually going to a couple concerts at Ocean Casino Resort coming up. And you could be there too. Caller 6 and caller 7. You must be present to win on Thursday, April 23rd at the Balcony Bar. Good luck. All right, 302 Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Rob Thompson telling reporters JT Realmuto still sore. He's out today. The lineup for the Phillies, their normal lineup: Turner, Schwarber, Harper. Bohm is back. He did not play last night because of groin tightness. Stott is back because he did not play last night because of left-handed pitcher. Garcia's hitting 6th. Marsh is hitting 7th. Marchand is in the lineup hitting 8th. Crawford hitting 9th as the Phillies get ready to take on the Giants in the final game of the 3-game set, trying to win this series out at Oracle for the first time. They would win a series if they can win today since 2013. May 2013 was the last time they won a series at Oracle Park. Coming up, by the way, I want to congratulate our latest qualifiers. Lance in Cape May Courthouse, Steve in Egg Harbor Township. Congratulations to Steve and Lance. We will see you guys at the Balcony Bar at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. They got a couple great shows coming up at Ocean Casino Resort. Aaron Lewis from Stained, comedians Tony Hinchcliffe, Bobby Lee, Matt Rife, Joey Diaz, Sebastian Maniscalco. I've heard that show is great. Lenny Kravitz is coming on. I think I'm going to go to the Kravitz show, actually, Josh. I think I've made that executive decision. My girlfriend wants to see Kravitz. My buddy and his wife want to go see Kravitz. I don't mind. I'm not the biggest Kravitz guy, but I'm sure that Lenny will put on a great show, so I think I'm going to go see that. Blues Traveler is coming this fall. I'm going to be going to see that. They're playing with Spin Doctors and Gin Blossoms, I think. All right. Let's get into the Phillies Fastball today. Our Phillies Fastball segment is brought to you by Ventnor Social, the place to go to catch every Phillies game. They got 20 big screen TVs, great food and drinks, and their Facebook page has all the details on everything, their specials. Plus, don't forget the Sports Bash is live at Ventnor Social. We'll be there for our next live show, our Phillies Watch Party show. We will be there on Thursday, April 30th for the 105 game against the Giants. Stop out, and you can enter to win a road trip to see the Phillies play at Camden Yards. All right. Daily.
Yeah, it was ugly. I mean, it was ugly. It's probably the ugliest, if the ugliest game of the year in my view. Christopher, his velocity is down on his sinker is down 2 miles an hour. I don't think there is much concern in my view with regards to long term with him, but he definitely was having issues locating his pitches. Are hitting 4 hits against another lefty. It is very concerning. This team cannot do anything against lefties. Now I think we're 2-4 for the season against lefties, and it's something somebody has to do something about it. And the defense was horrendous, to be honest with you. I mean, look, the reality, Kemp is not a capable left fielder, and having Brian De La Cruz down in AAA and not having the ability to be able to be up here and then play at least much better defense in left field, it is an issue in my view.
Jeff, we talked a lot about Kemp and his offense, what he brings offensively, but is it enough offense to be able to keep putting him in left field? What do you think about that?
He just hasn't had the at-bats. I mean, let's be realistic here. He hasn't. And look, I'm concerned about their hitting against left-hand pitching too, because it's bad. They're last in batting average. They're OPS. They're 28th, right? This is not good. But how many opportunities have they had against lefties? Left-hand starters it's a trend. I'm going to say that. But look, this team was pretty good against left-hand pitching last year with a lot of these guys: Edmundo Sosa, Otto Kemp. Look, Alec Bohm.
Schwarber was hitting really good against lefties.
But Alec Bohm not playing last night did not help. Dylan Moore playing second base last night. That was a weird one. It was just, I don't know. I don't want to say it felt like a throwaway game, but it didn't look like a game where it just didn't feel like it was their night. But I agree with you, Oscar, with Kemp's defense. You just can't have this in left field.
And in that stadium, Jeff, in that stadium, I mean, opening, and I understand why they brought Kemp in. Having Kemp in left field is a liability. We knew it was going to happen. I mean, we talked about it yesterday. There was going to be issues on defense in left field. I mean, that ball over his head, I mean, basically could cost the game. I mean, as simple as that.
Well, it did cost them the game because they didn't score any runs. So that's how I look at it.
You're right about that. It didn't cost them the game because they didn't score any runs, but it is deflating that you got a major league left fielder who can't make a play where the ball is pretty much hit right at him, and then he's floundering around like a dead fish on the warning track out there. It's just not a good look. Now, you're right. Their offense got nothing going, but you got your right-handed guys against lefties, Robbie Ray, and Kemp 0 for 2. 0 for 4 with 2 strikeouts. Dylan Moore 0 for 3. Sosa did have a hit. So those guys, who had to play because Bohm apparently had a groin tightness in the groin there. But you also had Real Muto last night. X-rays negative, so you lost him, and Marchand was 0 for 4 with the strikeout. That bottom of the order that had been giving you a little something gave you nothing last night.
Yeah, sure. And you know what? This is where my frustration lies with Otto Kemp, right? He's supposed to be a hitter. Look at those numbers. 091, 258 OPS, 0 for 4, 2 strike. If he doesn't hit, this is where I agree with both of you guys. You just can't put him out there. He has to hit to make up for that defense.
Yep.
I just go back to what, I mean, we have issues in the outfield. We wanted to have a platoon. I understand why Kemp is here. I understand that he's bad. It's something that we want to continue to grow. He has shown throughout his career that he can hit and that he's a hitter. But the reality is he's not a left fielder. He's not playing enough in left field to be able to be a left fielder. And those are the things that happens. The other thing is yesterday you had a combination of 3 major things here. You only got 4 hits. I mean, your ace allowed 11 hits in that game.
Yeah. Ooh.
And in addition to that, you make 2 errors. So, I mean, the combination, you had the 3. I mean, there's no way you were going to win the game yesterday. I mean, 4 hits, you allow 11 hits, and at the same time, you commit 2 errors. And
not a game. No, Oscar, you're right. It's not a game you were going to win, whether or not Kemp makes a play or maybe gets a base hit. But it does show the lack of depth to this bottom half of the roster a little bit. I would ask this question: Dylan Moore, is he really a necessity on the team? Can't Kemp fill the Dylan Moore position and then bring De La Cruz up? Now you have a real.
That's where I agree.
And by the way, quite frankly, Dylan Moore has more experience playing left field than Kemp does. Why not just play Kemp at third, let Moore play left field, and play Sosa at second base? Why? Now, I get it. If you're committed to Kemp playing left field, strict platoon, you got to let him go out there and play. But in the beginning of the season, maybe you should have said, hey, Kemp is not our platoon left fielder. We're going to use him as a third baseman, a first baseman, and as a right-handed bat off the bench. But I get it. They also want him to play more.
Here's a question I have for you guys. If Dylan Moore doesn't have the March 21st opt-out in this contract, is he on this baseball team?
Even with that opt-out, what necessity does he bring to this team? I get it. He's versatile. He plays a lot of positions, but Sosa can play second, third, and short. Kemp can play first and third. Not well, but at least he could do it.
He can do it.
And he's
Dylan
not a
Moore,
hitter. That's
how often? And Dylan Moore is not a hitter, correct. So how often is Dylan Moore really going to play for you where he's a necessity to have on the roster? Now, is it a make or break thing that's going to cost them? Probably not, but in the grand scheme of things, the lack of depth on this team, you lose one guy to injury, couldn't be in the lineup last night, shortened everything up, and that's where it shows. Also, I got to point this out because I do like Rafael Marchand as a backup catcher, but he's been off to a bad start, too, with the pitching staff. He was the catcher for Taijuan Walker's both starts. We've seen how that went. I mean, Christopher Sant, and you're right, Oscar. His sinker velocity was down. He didn't have his best stuff, but how much does Marchand call in the game instead of Real Muto?
Let's not blame Marchand for the Taijuan Walker starts.
I'm just saying he's there, and I can blame him for hitting 091. Look, he's a backup catcher.
He's a backup catcher. I mean, he's a backup catcher. The out he made at home with the throw from Garcia and
great.
the throw to first base. I mean, those were 2 tremendous defensive plays there. Look,
And look, he is good. By the way, I wanted to ask you guys this because Kerkering had those flashbacks last night. I thought it was the right move for Marchand to pick up the ball because I thought he had a better chance of getting that out at first, even though I don't think either had a play there.
Yeah, I think you always want the catcher to kind of circle and then square towards first rather than the pitcher make a throw. The pitcher's not used to making that kind of throw, and it's a more square throw for that catcher if he circles the ball correctly, which Marchand, it's just a tough play no matter who.
Why did social media just go after Kerkering because of that? When if you know anything about baseball, you know it's the catcher's ball there.
Yeah, and listen, I think Kerkering has handled this whole situation pretty well. It's unfortunate that he wasn't able to start the season with the team, and now he's kind of starting on a nondescript game out west and that first hit, and it just brings everybody back to that moment. So he's pitching in a game where the offense is struggling, and everybody's just looking for reasons, I think, to complain.
Look, it's funny, right? I mean, that something like that happens. You go like, what in the world is going on here? Look,
the baseball gods.
Yeah,
of all the plays in baseball, that was the play.
You know what? I move on. What happened last year happened last year. Let's focus on this year and let's find a way to win. And one thing that was concerning yesterday was Christopher Sanchez. I mean, that to me, allowing 4 runs, 2 of them earns. The defense issues around that, but 11 hits is not common. In the last start, you saw the 4 bases on balls. Today, you see the 11 hits, and one of the things that I noticed throughout the game is his ability to spot pitches. He normally has good command of his pitches. Over the last 2 or 3 years, he did not have that same command, so his velocity was slightly down. His command was not there, and he was frustrated. He felt frustrated. So, look, it's the beginning of the year. Things can turn around very quickly. He feels healthy. He said it yesterday in the broadcast. So, look, he should be fine.
I agree with that.
With all this, Oscar, he still is in the ERA under 2.
And he had 16 swing and miss on top of it.
Yeah.
So look, he'll be fine. He'll be fine. It's just a matter of time. Bad outing. Let's just move on. It's San Francisco. But by the way, guys, do you know we have not won a series in San Francisco since 2013?
Yeah, May of 2013 is the last time they won in San Francisco. So if they can get a good game from Aaron Nola today, Nola pitched well in the game in Colorado. Look, I know Colorado, not a great lineup, but that's not an easy place to pitch. He gives up 1 run in that win out there. We'll talk a little bit about Nola in just a bit there. But, obviously this lineup, we've been talking about the lack of ability against left-handed pitching, guys. And, man, the numbers and the splits are really bad.
Oh man.
By
the way,
lefties.
Oscar, I love this chart because it just shows you how much they're struggling to even score runs right now. 3.8.
They're not scoring runs, and we're the only ones in red in both. And I decided to take out runs against you per game and put ERA. Take a look at it. We're the only ones in red that have both in red.
It's actually amazing. They're only a game out of this thing.
Absolutely.
It's early, but this is good.
By the way, our friend Phillies tailgate Tyler over there, the splits against lefties this year, they are hitting 158 with 32 strikeouts, a 268 on base percentage. Against righties, a 260. So the difference is 260, almost 100 points higher batting average.
And you know what the irony of this is? Like, they were good against left-handed pitching last year. You could justify Amundo Sosa playing every day. You could justify the platoon, like whoever it was. And I think a lot of this had to do with Harrison Bader being here too at the end of the year. But like, this team mashed lefties last year. But I agree with Oscar 100%. Everybody knows that's their weakness.
I'm glad you brought JT. We haven't talked enough about JT. JT going out yesterday, pretty scary injury. He hit him. It's like those injuries that it hits you in the right spot. And hopefully it's just a bruise based on everything that we know us at this point. Yeah.
Well, and, obviously Bohm not being in the lineup last night, you lose, any semblance of the right-handed bat. And let's have that discussion because you moved Garcia up the lineup last night. And, obviously a different night for Garcia, pitched a little differently there because some people already want to rush him into the number 4 hole. So, sometimes you perform because of where you're how you're being pitched, where you are in the lineup. And last night Garcia was in that 4 spot because Bohm was not in the lineup.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. But by the way, Tyler from Phillies Tailgate advanced. I was waiting to tomorrow that we have the off day so we can talk about lefty versus righties and also the ABS system and where the Phillies rank in the ABS system. So that one is coming tomorrow. A preview of the show tomorrow.
Isn't JT like 5 for 5 on challenges?
Yeah. I'll show you where we are. I mean, we're like in the middle of the pack. On the middle of the pack. That's kind of the bottom line. But I'll show that tomorroor. But look,
which ain't bad. I think I'd rather be in the middle of the pack than at the bottom.
Yeah, that's definitely the case. So
type guy.
Here's the at bats, and I changed kind of how many hits they have and all that, and I put the on base percentage on it. We have only three hitters that are what you would call above the on-base percentage: Schwarber, Ramuto, and Crawford. By the way, Crawford is the only guy in our entire lineup that has both a batting average above the average and an on-base percentage above the average, which I find it amazing that the rookie is the one that has those numbers.
Yeah, 361, by the way, for Crawford on base, 324 batting average. You take a look at Turner, 277 batting average, but just a 320 on base percentage. He has struck out 10 times, so that 2, 3, 4, 5 spot in the orders, though, guys. That's where a lot of this is. Schwarber 179, Harper 214, Bohm 205, Stott 188, and all of their on base percentage. Even throw Garcia in there under 300, except for Harper and Schwarber. Schwarber's on 360. Harper, though, 313. Bohm, 295. Stott, 235. Garcia, 289. Just not a lot of guys on base for this team so far.
Yeah, that's part of the problem. I mean, that's part of the problem. And the bottom of the order with March, Ramuto, and Crawford, those are the ones that are getting on base, but the guys on top are not bringing them in. And Schwarber continues to do his magic in terms of getting on base. He has 9 base on balls and an OPS of 8.22, but it's just disappointing. I mean, this lineup, and the way I look at it, guys, is this team is performing based on individual performance versus a team performance. So they're not operating as a complete unit where the entire team is supporting each other in terms of advancing runners and finding a way to score runs. They depend too much on the home run ball, the extra bases to be able to score runs, and that's not the formula for success.
All right, our Phillies fastball segment. Let's get a look at the hitting. Certainly not doing much.
Sorry, Mike. I'll throw you this one so you guys can laugh.
No, they don't.
No, they don't. No, they don't.
No, the comment for the people watching on the video side, the Phillies missed Castellanos was from a commenter. I would have to say no. Even if Garcia was hitting 110 right now, he threw a guy out at the plate last night with a laser. His right field defense has been significantly, noticeably different than what Castellanos brings. And by the way, Castellanos has not done much in San Diego, and nor has Bader in San Francisco.
It's almost absolutely like the Phillies knew. Yeah, no one ever wants to give him credit for anything, but
I think they knew, Jeff. What they knew is they couldn't have him in this locker room again. I think that's what they knew. Right. Yeah. And that you could probably make a case that they couldn't have him in this locker room if he was a productive hitter. It was that bad. It seemed like.
If he was, even if he was, like, I think it's hard to justify getting rid of him. But yeah, I would agree. Like, it just felt like at least when Oscar and I were in the clubhouse last year, especially toward the end, it looked like the point of no return. And I still remember making the comment. When he was making his comments after game 2, I said, that's a guy who's got his foot out the door.
Yeah. Well, let's look forward to the game coming up at 3:10. The Phillies and the Giants. They'll face Tyler Mahle, who struggled against the Mets on Friday night. 5 runs, 8 hits in his 5 innings of work. The Phillies will counter, of course, with Aaron Nola, who pitched well in his last game out in Colorado after an uneven performance on his opening start against the Rangers here. And look, Nola is in a spot now where, hey, they need a good version of Nola here. Otherwise, you risk kind of losing this series. And then having the thought of, all right, what is Aaron Nola? If Nola can have a good start here, I think that will put some momentum towards his season.
Well, this is This is the reality of this game. Nola has not done well at Oracle Park. He's 0-2 with a 10.91 ERA. And
he's
versus
really
San Francisco, in his career, he's 3-3 with a 7 ERA. So that is concerning. Miley's not good. Remember, Miley have pitched his career in Cincinnati, in Texas, and in Minnesota. Now he's getting into Oracle Park. In Oracle Park, he's 1-4 with a 5.60 ERA, but against the Phillies, he's 1-1 and 3.43. So bottom line, Nola has not fared well against San Francisco, and a 10.91 ERA in Oracle Park is a little scary.
No doubt about it. And, you're kind of putting this in his lap now to say, hey, we need a big bounce back here because, last night you're expecting to get that night from Sanchez that you didn't really get. Not that they had to use the high leverage guys in the bullpen, but you don't want to have to go to the bullpen early in this one. And keep in mind, you got Luzardo.
I'll give Mike some love there. You just made up for the Castellanos comment.
Yeah,
Aaron Nola Day.
Yes, it is. It's Nola Day. But keep in mind, they do have the day off tomorrow. So if Nola struggles a little bit here, I wonder if they turn to that bullpen and, you didn't have to use the high leverage guys last night. So you got the final game. By the way, it's a 3:45 first pitch, not 3:10. They do have the day off tomorrow before they come home on Friday against Arizona when Luzardo will pitch.
I have to laugh at this, by the way. We were talking about Adolis Garcia. How about all the stuff he wears when it's cold out?
Oh,
I said to my girlfriend last night, I said, there's no way it's that cold out there.
I mean, he looks like it's, what was it last night? Maybe in the 50s? He looked like it was like I was going to Alaska or something in December.
Hey guys, it's 56 degrees. What can we expect? We Latinos cannot receive the.
I'll tell you what, guys. I got a story. I got a story for you. So last night I was at the Reading Hartford game. It was Reading's home opener, and we're sitting by the Hartford dugout, and I'm talking to some players on the yard goats. And I said to one of the pitchers, I'm like, you're a smartest man here. And he said, why is that? And I said, because you got coffee in your hand. And he's like, yeah, I got to drink that before I pitch. And I'm like, you do that when it's 90 degrees? He's like, no. But I thought it was really cold last night around here.
Well, Jeff, you just brought it up. I saw you were in Reading last night. Give us a quick little expository on some of the things down on the farm.
Well, you didn't miss much offensively because they lost 3-1. Reading is 0-4 on the season right now. Hasn't been a good start. Dante Nori, though, he had 2 hits last night, both singles. I think trying to remember, he did steal base last night, what I recall. By the way, I talked to Nori for a while last week, and he's going after Aidan Miller's stolen base record of 52. He thinks he can get 70, maybe even 100. Because of the disengagement thing, it's 1 disengagement now in Double-A instead of 2.
One disengagement? Oh,
one disengagement in Double-A. Yeah, it's not in Triple-A, it's not in Single-A, but it's in Double-A. They're experimenting with a bunch of rules. So he thinks that's an advantage. But, I mean, look, Caden Hanger, the 21-year-old, had a good spring for the Phillies. He had a nice hit ball last night. He threw 3 runners out at second. There's some promise on this team. They're just not putting everything together yet, and it's hard to come back from an 0-4 start. Hard to come back from an 0-anything start. But, I mean, right now Reading team-wise, it's not good, but you're seeing some promise out of a lot of play. Arun Escobar had a couple nice plays in the field last night, too.
He's a player, man. He's a ball player.
He is a good player.
And his pedigree, it speaks aloud. And just one thing, Mike, before we go. Maley, the Phillies against Maley, Schwarber has 2 home runs against them, and Dylan Moore has a home run. He's 1 for 2 with a home run against them. So they hit 308 against him. So that's an opportunity. And then the other thing that I was looking, remember, teams and changings constantly. So the current San Francisco lineup against Nola or team against Nola, 178. Nobody has hit a home run against them. The guy that hits the most against them is Patrick Bailey, hitting 400. But he's 2 for 5, but not significant damage against Nola, the guys that are there.
All right, boys, 3:45 is the first pitch for the Phillies. It's Nola and Maley today. Day off tomorrow, but not a day off for Phillies Fastball. We'll get you ready. The Phillies will take Arizona. It's Luzardo and Soroka on Friday. Saturday, you got Taijuan Walker against Brandon Pfaadt. And, of course, Painter will get his third start of the season. That's a good one. Painter and Zach Gallen on Sunday. We'll be previewing all the matchups there here on our
also
Phillies Fastball.
Zach Wheeler pitches tonight too for Lehigh.
Oh, good pick by
tomorrow we'll talk about
Allentown.
that.
Yes, so we'll recap Zach Wheeler's performance tonight, and of course the Phillies' performance against the Giants, where they are 7-24 in their last 31 games at Oracle Park. And as you mentioned, Oscar, they look to win the series at Oracle for the first time since May of 2013. We'll recap it all on Phillies Fastball tomorrow. And it's brought to you by Ventnor Social, our Ventnor Social watch parties. They're fun. We'll be out there on April 30th when the Phillies play these same Giants. Phillies' first pitch coming up at 3:45. Lineup, as we told you, same as normal. The only change is Marchand for Real Muto. Real Muto sitting this one out. A little sore for JT. When we come back, it's today's edition of the Nuggets. Earnshaw joins me. That's next. About 10 minutes till first pitch in San Fran. Can the Phils win the series? We shall find out. Aaron Nola, Tyler Mahle, starting pitchers today. Let's go to the Nuggets. Nick Earnshaw is back with today's edition of Nick's Nuggets on the Sports Bash. We had a Flyers win last night. We had an ugly a Phillies loss, a little shutout late night out in San Fran. A whole bunch of stuff, other things going on. Looking forward to what Nuggets you got dropping for us today.
What's going on, Mr. Mike Gill? A lot happening in the world of sports, to say the least, especially in Philadelphia sports. You know what? We're going to start with the Flyers, all right? And yesterday was an absolutely outstanding win. I just went down. So I'm watching the game, and Ziegler scores. All right, you're up 1-0. I take a trip downstairs. I come back up. It's 2-0 already. I said, what happened? I was watching in the man room. I went down to grab a bite to eat, a snack to watch the game. Boom, already 2-0. This team is clicking on all cylinders. They get Tyson Forrester back. They get Porter Martone, who looked ridiculous again last night. They're clicking on all the right cylinders, Mike. At this point, with how hot they are, because they're one of the hottest teams in the NHL at the moment, is this a team that can win at least one first-round series? I don't know, Mike. When you catch fire like this, good things tend to happen, especially at the end of the year. I'd argue they have a shot to win one series this year. Seriously.
I don't rule anything out. 2010, they got in as a number 7 seed. They got in on the last day of the year. They went all the way to the Stanley Cup Finals. I don't think anybody thought that was a Stanley Cup finalist team. This team here is clicking at the right time. Pittsburgh is who they will likely play if they get into the playoffs. Not a great Penguins team. It sets up for the possibility of winning at least a round, and who heck knows? Hockey is a sport where we see the 8 seed beat the 1, teams go on crazy runs. The Vegas Golden Knights have been in the league for like 4 years, and they won a cup. They've been to another one. Anything can happen in that game.
Yeah, you bring up 2010. The last second of the season they won in that shootout, right? Like, that's how they got into the postseason. They went on that improbable run, beating the Bruins, coming back from 3-0. That team, it's like, yeah, were they really a Stanley Cup team? They got hot at the right time, found ways to win, and went all the way to the Cup. This is a very young team. I don't know if that will happen again. I don't know if history will repeat itself. But I think this is a team that if they continue to play the way they are right now, they can contend with anybody. And if they play the Penguins, they have a shot to at least win one series. I think that would be more than exceeding expectations for this year's Flyers team, to say the least. That's just where they're at right now, because they're catching fire at the right time. And we've seen teams do this in sports history throughout. The New York Giants, remember when they went on the run in 2007. You also had the Washington Nationals in 2019, the Phillies in 2022, when they caught fire towards the end of the season. Now, that team had a little bit more expectation, but this is a team, man, when you catch fire at the right time, sports are a funny thing. You could go a little bit deep into the postseason.
Yeah, and I talked about it at the beginning of the show, the fact that teams that we fall in love with are ones that you never had expectations for. The 93 Phillies, the Eagles team that won a Super Bowl, the first Eagles team that won a Super Bowl. You love those teams because you didn't think they were the best team in the league. They won kind of out of right field. Mm-hmm. And even the teams, 2022 Phillies, at the beginning of the year, they fired the manager. Girardi gets fired. You didn't think that team was going to the World Series. They end up in the World Series, and it's basically rekindled the love affair with baseball in this town that you had from 07, 08, 9, 10. This Flyers team, I compared it a lot to when the Sixers missed the playoffs for 5 years in a row. That first team that made the playoffs with Ben Simmons and Joel Embiid and J.J. Redick and Ilyasova, and they made you fall back in love with – and the Sixers gave us a run of like 3 to 4 years where you cared about them every single night. Now, they frustrated the hell out of you to where you don't care about them as much, but the Flyers are almost like that Sixer team that didn't make the playoffs for 5 years, and now all of a sudden they have this fun team, and if they make the playoffs, you're going to, jump on board full force behind this Flyers team, 100%.
Yeah, and it's kind of sparked the interest back into the Flyers, right? When we talked about on, I believe it was Monday on the Nuggets, like, don't gatekeep. This is the same thing that kind of happened with the Phillies, right? In 22, people were kind of down on them. There wasn't buzz for years and years and years. And then they get to the postseason, they start catching fire, all right? People are getting excited about them again. That's kind of what's happening to the Flyers, a revitalization of excitement throughout the town and throughout the area. So, jump on board. Like, this is what people have been waiting for and starving for years. They want to watch a good product. Well, it's a pretty good product out there right now.
Hey, listen, we talked about it at the beginning. A month ago, we had this debate in our group chat. Who's better off right now, the Flyers or the Sixers?
Yep.
And I didn't see anything that would make you think the Flyers were in a situation at all to be excited about. Mitchkov has had a down year by all stretch, and he's the most exciting young player. Well, all of a sudden, Martone's college team gets eliminated. He joins the team. Forrester comes out of right field and ends up coming back to the team. And you got all this little infusion, and the next thing you know, man, this Flyers team today looks a lot different than the team 2 weeks ago.
Yep. Yeah, it looks way different. They're playing and hitting on all cylinders. The offense looks electric. Hopefully the power play can continue to come around at some point, right? You're going to need a power play in the postseason. We shall see. All right. Nugget number 2. We need to address it. We have to. It's the biggest story of the world right now. I sent it to you last night, and this was during my viewing of the Flyers game. A nugget that I don't think anyone had seen coming, Mike. All right? In page 6, part of the New York Post, a headline, New England Patriots Mike Vrabel and top New York Times NFL reporter Diana Rossini hold hands and hug at luxury hotel. That was the headline. If you haven't seen it yet, you must be living under a rock. We had Diana on at Radio Row. She was fantastic. This is a whirlwind of a story that I don't think anybody anywhere at any time really was like expecting at this point. But I want to look at the angle of A.J. Brown. Mike, in your mind, the story about Vrabel, etc., coming out yesterday, does this change the way the Eagles are viewing trading A.J. Brown, especially to the New England Patriots? I think it changes a lot here.
No, because other people have reported that other teams have talked to the Eagles. So it's not like they were the only team that was being reported. The Rams admitted that they have talked to the Eagles. Their GM came out and said it, not his mistress. The GM came out and said, we called Philadelphia and couldn't get a deal done. So I don't think her reporting was wrong. I just think it's a terrible look for her. I hope that – listen, they can say all they want. It's innocent. The pictures, no one's going to believe them. No one's going to believe them. And it stinks for them, but you put yourself in that situation, that's what you get. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and try to, I feel terrible for her family. They live in the area. They're down at the shore. She told us they go down to the Deauville and they go to different places. But everybody's going to look at the picture. It's funny. We live in a world where if somebody shows you something and you don't like it, you just say fake news. But if somebody shows you something and you do like it, it's as real can get. And to everybody, those pictures are as real can get. Now, at first you sent it to me and I'm looking and I'm like, she covers the league. He's in the league. I didn't realize it was like a 2-hour drive to get to this adult-only hotel. That's a little different than like, they're just at the hotel. There's a bunch of other football people there. Now, she's trying to say there were more people in the party than just those two. Well, the pictures do not depict that, and no one sees any other people around in the area where they are. It's not a good look. That's not my business. The information, I don't think is compromised because it is clear that there has been talks about A.J. Brown.
Yes, it's clear that there has been talks. And, it's just an unfortunate situation.
Oh, it's terrible. It's a terrible situation, and it's a terrible look for her and the whole industry, to be honest with you.
Yeah. However, I think it could play a role in the Eagles not trading him to New England. I think that could be a possibility. Like the price will not be as much now, or they would ask, or I should say, it would be more. I think the Eagles would ask for more. I don't know. It's fascinating. I just think the price would change, especially sending them to the Patriots. I feel like they could be off of the table now with this whole situation going on because she has been one of the top reporters on the A.J. Brown story.
She has been, and it's one of those things. When somebody reports something that you don't like, you tend to get angry at the reporter and then just yell fake news, and hopefully everybody believes that it's not true. I don't think she was making things up. No. If anything, she had real reporting because she was getting it from the horse's mouth.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
I'm going to look at it like this, though. Do we think the Eagles are making an attempt to save the relationship between them and A.J. Brown?
I have been steadfast in my opinion on this. I don't think he gets traded. They're a better team with him than without him, clearly. And I think they're going to try and find a way to keep him because of how much money it costs before June 1st. So much can change from now until then, especially with the draft going on. And I think they're going to find a way to keep him on this roster at least for another year. Say, hey, we have Sean Mannion here. Let's try something new. And hopefully the offensive line is also healthier next year. They could pitch that with the whole new offensive mindset coming into this year as well. Say, AJ, we have a new offensive coordinator, new offensive staff, essentially, and we're going to try something different to get you more involved. I think there is an opportunity there to rekindle this relationship and help it out. But he is under contract, so they technically still don't have to trade him anyway. So I think the repair of the relationship, yes, I think that is a viable opportunity and something that I think that can happen.
Well, here's my way. All right, so the A.J. Brown at the end of the year, he's been pretty steadfast. He doesn't like his role in the offense. He didn't say, well, I don't like you. I don't like this guy. I can't work with him. It's been more the role in the offense. So the Eagles, they fire the offensive coordinator. They hire a completely new offensive coordinator philosophy. Okay, so that's the first attempt to say, AJ, we're changing. We're listening to you. We're changing the offensive philosophy. Then last week or the week before at the owners' meetings, Nick Sirianni and Jeffrey Lurie both went out of their way to say the offense is going to be completely we are changing the offense. There's another message of AJ. We are doing our best to change the offense here. Just bear with us, right? Bear with us here. We are trying to change the offense here. So then they come out and this article comes out. And it's them putting the quarterback on notice that your body language, your uncoachability, everybody sees it, and we're letting you know. And them letting AJ know, we hear you. Poor body language, not always bought in, not the most coachable, and players notice. AJ, we put the story out there. He's on notice. So we've changed the offense. Got a new coordinator. Yep. We put that story out there. Are they trying to save the relationship?
I think that's a very real possibility because I think they're not going to get the value they want for him. Obviously, it broke down, like we just mentioned, with the Rams. We don't know what the Patriots situation is going to be anymore. I believe more and more every day he will be back. I just think they're going to try and repair it. That story, I think you make a great point, will help that cause.
Well, my biggest thing too is this. I continue to say, if you think you're a legitimate super, how can you trade A.J. Brown unless you get a player back in return that's going to help this year's team out? You can't get draft picks next year and say, well, you need something to help this team out. If you lose a player of A.J. Brown's abilities, you can't trade them for picks next year only.
No, because you're trying to win now. Now is the time to win. You have everybody in their prime. You've drafted young players who are now starting to enter their prime. Your goal is to win now. This is the team. This is the squad. Over the next year, 2, 3 years, this is a squad. You want to go for it. So if you're trading him, I don't want to wait till next year. You're trying to win this year. You have a competent roster that is a contender. You go and try this year. You get 2027 first-round picks. Great. What does that do for me this year? Nothing. Squat. Zero. So that's why I think every day that passes, and especially after what happens at the draft, we're going to know a lot.
Well, every day that passes before June 1st don't really mean skedaddle, because that date does loom large. That date does loom large.
It does. But I think the draft is the key dates here, because what are teams going to do? Are they going to pivot? You can see the Patriots draft a receiver. The Eagles going to draft a receiver. So much can happen in that time frame. That is going to be the key. What happens on draft night? Because teams say, we're not dealing with it. We don't want to trade for them. That can happen as well.
I agree with that. Listen, on draft night, I talked about this the other day. If New England drafts a wide receiver, say, at pick 31, does Philadelphia kind of say, hey, listen, you pick that – when it's your pick, you pick the guy that we're telling you to pick, and we would be interested in a deal. Like, I think that's far-fetched, but it does add some intrigue.
It does. It certainly does. And I think there will be some intrigue with the draft coming up this year. I guess that was 2.5 nuggets. 2.5, because we kind of delved into AJ a little bit, the big story in page 6, the little flyers, a few things going on. Now, what do you think, before I get out of here, do you love Kelsey at the Masters, reporting down there at the Masters? What do you think of that?
Haven't seen any of it.
But just the idea of it is what I'm saying.
I think Kelsey... Now, he has been kind of quiet for the last couple of months. You know, I think it's in Kelsey's best interest to try to limit his, exposure, if you will, and just try. Now, there is some talk that ESPN is talking about making him a game analyst this year for a couple of because you know how they always used to do the 2 Monday night football games? They're not doing that anymore.
Thank God. I'm on board with that.
Yeah, I didn't hate the 2 Monday Night Football games. I didn't like when the 2 Monday Night Football games were on at the same time.
Oh, that was
the
brutal.
Yeah.
That was absolutely brutal when they were on at the same time. Just give me one Monday night game. I don't need two. Don't need two.
Right, so there was 5 of them where there was doubleheaders. So those 5 games now are going to be like put up for bid.
Yep.
To maybe a Wednesday, the Wednesday before Thanksgiving, that might be a game now. Jeff Kerr wrote a story about this at Sports Illustrated about all the different game possibilities that are going to be opened up now, potentially because of these 5 games. And he said the Eagles, there's a good chance that they play either an international game this year, that they might play on the Wednesday before Thanksgiving.
Yep.
I think that. Is it Christmas this year? Falls on a Friday. So there could be a Christmas Eve game. There's going to be a Christmas Eve game because that's a Thursday night, which thank God I've been hoping for football or something on Thursday on Christmas Eve for a decade now. So there's a good possibility of that happening as well. So keep an eye on that.
Black Friday football. That's the best. We love Black Friday football.
By the way, Adam Schefter said this morning that the schedule should be out between May 12th, 13th, 14th, sometime in there.
You can't. You gotta love football, man. Every day.
Can't wait. All right, there you go. Nuggets. Sports Bash. All right, thanks, Nuggets, here on the Sports Bash Live. And this hour brought to you by Broadlee's Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning, your trusted source for heating, plumbing, and installation services. I got the phone number for you to call, 609-390-3907, online, broadlees.net. Coming up, Adam Kaplan's back for football at 4 today. We're going to talk some Eagles with Adam. I'm looking forward. I got a lot of football thoughts on my mind. I was all footballed up this morning. I was talking a lot of football. I was on Birds 365 with McMullen this morning. But when we come back, we're going to take a little dive at the Eagles roster, how it's put together with some mid-round picks, because the Eagles do have a bunch of mid-round picks. You'll be surprised at some of the guys that stand out. That's coming up. Football at 4 is next. But first, 2 more qualifiers right now, 6 and 7. Get on the phone, 609-573-3776. 609-573-3776. 3776. Caller 6, caller 7. You are entered for this year's draft party at the Balcony Bar, Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. One lucky winner wins a pair of club box tickets to an Eagles game at the Link. You must be present to win on April 23rd. Big party that day. Great drink specials. And we're giving away other prizes. An overnight stay at Ocean Casino Resort, gift cards, concert tickets, comedy shows. You must be present to win. Thursday, April 23rd, the Sports Bash live at the Balcony Bar at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. Caller 6 and caller 7 right now. Good luck. Football at 4 powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. It is brought to you by Ocean Casino Resort, the Gallery Bar booking games. We're going to be at the Balcony Bar overlooking the Sportsbook, Fanatics Sportsbook. And by the way, our latest qualifiers, Dino in Galloway, Bob in North Cape May. We'll see you guys at the Balcony Bar on April 23rd. That is the day of the NFL Draft. The NFL Draft is coming, and Sirianni and Roseman have had some good success in the draft. We'll take a look at how much success they've gotten, though, later on in the draft, where they do have a lot of picks this year. But can you expect them to find players that can help them in those middle rounds? Let's take a look at the Sirianni-Roseman era of day 3 picks. Who has helped and who has not? The Eagles do hold multiple picks in multiple middle rounds. Adam Kaplan is here to break it all down for us on the Sports Bash. What's going on, Adam? Another football at 4. This one's interesting because they do have a lot of picks in the 3rd and the 4th and the 5th. Yeah, but can they get help?
Picks. Yeah, Mike, Andrew Jashepko and I had a really fun show. So we took a look at the 5 years of Roseman and Sirianni, how he picks the players, and Nick is responsible to develop them. So we devoted that part of the show this morning was that, and then Andrew gave his day 3 sleepers. Now, Mike, if you look at since Howie's become general manager, though he didn't have personnel control when Andy Reid was here, he was the general manager starting in 2010. But if you really look at it, they've had some phenomenal picks late. Just to give you a few, the best 6th-round pick in Eagles history, Jason Kelsey, who, by the way, would have been higher. He would have been selected higher, but he had appendicitis around the combine. He lost a lot of weight. Jason's talked about it before, but obviously a great 6th-round pick. You're not going to get much better than that. Jordan Mailata, the best 7th-round pick in Eagles history, one of the most remarkable stories in NFL history, a 7th-rounder. Josh Sweat in 2018, a 4th-rounder. Third-day picks are rounds 4 through 7, by the way, so people know that. Now, rounds 5 through 7, Mike, they're not called starter rounds. Those are backup rounds. The 4th round is low-end starter, high-end backup. And that is what Andrew and I talked about when we talked about those rounds since Sirianni and Roseman have worked together the previous 5 years, 21 through 25. Just understand, Mike, you're not. It's the hit rate on third-day picks is low. So just understand that. There are a lot of guys who have not worked out. The one concern, though, we'll get into this as you and I speak here going forward. The one concern is the last 2 drafts. We're not seeing a lot of development yet.
Well, let's take a look at some of the guys they have actually got some stuff from, and obviously, these aren't guys who generally are all pros or
right,
Pro Bowlers,
right.
but there have been some diamonds in the rough. But how has this regime done in these rounds? Let's go back to their first draft together.
Yeah, so in 2021, you might remember Zach McPherson. McPherson was cross-trained, but they really wanted him to play nickel, and he didn't play well before he tore his Achilles, and he's never been heard from. He tried to come back, was on some practice squads, but they missed that one. It's real simple. If you're cut before your rookie contract is over, that's a miss. That was a miss. The next pick was fantastic. Kenny Gainwell was everything the Eagles would have hoped for. Look, they didn't use him enough in the pass game, though he was more or less their third down back for a number of years. He was the 5th rounder in 2021. That was absolutely a hit. In fact, good for Kenny. He got a really nice free agent contract with the Buccaneers. The Eagles tried to re-sign him. They made a passing effort. It was between the Eagles and the Steelers. He thought he'd have a bigger role with the Steelers, Mike. He led them in total receptions last season. Yes, that Kenny Gainwell, believe it or not. So that was a hit in 2021. They missed Latron Jackson, was a 6th-round pick. Jacoby Stevens played 2 games. He was a 6th-round safety out of LSU, never made it. He's actually back at LSU with their player programs in their football program. 6th-round pick, Marlon Tuipulotu missed. He was been on and off the Chiefs practice squad. His brother, Tuli, a 2nd-round pick a couple years ago for the Chargers, is really good. And I'm calling Patrick Johnson a hit, Mike. I know he's been cut a number of times, but he's also helped their special teams. If you get special teams value for 2 or 3 years, that's a hit from a 7th-round pick.
All right, that's the 2021 draft. Kenny Gainwell, as you mentioned, he's still playing in the league. Patrick Johnson bouncing around with Philadelphia. Let's go to 2022. They only had 2 late-round picks.
Yeah.
One is still here.
Kyron Johnson was a miss. He was a very raw, athletic, undersized edge rusher. He played on special teams in 22. The Eagles cut him. He went to the Steelers in 23. He's out of the league. That was a miss. Grant Calcaterra is a hit. He was actually their number 2 tight end last season. Now, Andrew made a great point. I totally agree with him. They misused Grant Calcaterra, Mike. The strangeness of their cross blocks, that's when you line up a guy left and you ask him to cross formation and block to the right. That was just bad use. They really screwed up last year the way they used their tight ends, other than obviously Dallas Goedert had a great year. In terms of blocking, that was bad. But Grant Calcaterra is a mild hit. It's a hit. He came back on a second contract. So, look, they got some value out of Calcaterra. He's clearly not good enough, but he's back on the football team.
He is back here, a 6th-round pick, Calcaterra. By the way, an interesting story. He had retired in college and then came back and has, had some concussion problems at the collegiate level. That's 2022. They had 2 6th-round picks. One is still here, Grant Calcaterra. Let's go to 2023. Interesting one. This one has 3 guys who are all still here.
Yeah, all right. So let me explain Keely Ringo. Again, low-end starter, high-end backup. That means you got to be the first guy off the bench. They tried Keely Ringo 2 years in a row to be a starter. Not only did he not become a starter last season, he got taken out of the rotation. He's only on special teams. I know he's an elite special teams player. This is a miss. On my grading system, which I've gotten from people I trust to work in the National Football League and the scouting side, I've run it by people. This is a miss. It's not a bad miss. It's a miss because he's no longer thought of to be part of the backup group at cornerback. Tanner McKee is a hit. He won the start. He won the number 2 job. He's clearly a number 2. He's seen very well around the National Football League. If he's not traded through the draft or by this year's trade deadline, I fully expect him to get a starting job elsewhere. This is absolutely a hit. And Moro Ojomo is a home run, Mike. He's a starting defensive tackle. So we talked about this. Jeff and I had information. This sounds kind of funny, but this is the scouting report from 2 people we know who turn in scouting reports. He was kind of a know-it-all, very, very smart intellectual. You can hear him. He sounds like a senator if you ever hear him speak. He's very smart, high-character guy off the field, but he kind of rubbed people the wrong way. He's kind of a know-it-all. He was, at least in college at Texas. But you know what? Who cares? He'll run by Howie here. It doesn't get it. If you get a 7th-round starter, Mike, that is a home run.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And, you remember Milton Williams they took in the 3rd round.
Mm-hmm.
So Ojomo to get him in the 7th round,
Yep.
that is, as you mentioned, a home run. I don't think anybody, by the way, listening is going to argue with you about a Ringo being a miss. He just has not made the impact that they had hoped with all his raw skills. Yes.
Mike, the Ringo truthers who would battle with Jeff and I on our YouTube board, it took them 2 years to submit to tell us we were right. We got MF'd. We got cursed out. Mike, it became personal. It's never personal with us. We tell you this is what we know. It'll never work. He's too stiff.
Well, hey,
and
I know you know how people view certain reporters when they report things, and unfortunately, one of them is in the news for some bad reasons. But
I won't.
She got a lot of visceral.
I'm not getting into that.
She got a lot of visceral because of her reporting, and so you know how people go after you if they like or don't like your reporting.
But understand, Mike, it's never personal with me. Like I've told a couple GMs I've had problems with. My job, if I put the reporter hat down in terms of evaluation, if the guy's been a great drafter and I don't like the guy, I'm sorry. It's not my job to like the guy or not.
Yeah.
I have to say the guy's done a great job. I mean, that to me is missed on reporting. Sometimes reporters hold grudges. It's unfortunate, but it is what it is.
All right, let's go to 2024, where there's a lot of very interesting names here, and you're wondering, like, how much did any of these guys really help the team out?
Yeah, Andrew and I have got to know Will Shipley. We like Will Shipley personally, but it's our job in this show to evaluate him. It's been 2 years of mixed, like he's helping them on kickoff returns, coverage teams, and a little bit on 3rd down, but Tank Bigsby took his job, Mike. I mean, they gave up 2 picks, but they didn't hand Tank Bigsby this number 2 job. He took it from Will Shipley. So Will's got to do better. He's kind of undersized. It's not from a body type. He's got a smaller lower body. He's got some juice. We know that. We've talked about this much. He's got to do better. This is a big year for him. 5th round, Aniyah Smith. This one bothered me. We thought he'd be a gadget player, a backup slot receiver. had multiple foot injuries, never made it. He's now with the Carolina Panthers. Jeremiah Trotter, you know what? He's contributed. He's one of the better special teams players. This is a mild hit so far. They really like him. Smart football player. As you know, he's about half the size of his dad, but Jeremiah Trott Jr. has done a good job. Trevor Keegan, not surprised. We noted this when he was drafted out of Michigan. Bad upper body. He's had some problems. Clubs told us that they were concerned about long-term longevity. He didn't have a strong upper body, and the Eagles missed on him. This is a round where you want your backups to be your top backups, Mike, 4th or 5th round. Johnny Wilson, I'll tell you what. How much did they miss in blocking for the run, Mike, last season?
I think that's a great point by you. I talk about the opening night. They had 2 nondescript injuries that most people just kind of said, whatever, with the fullback and Johnny Wilson going down, and they missed. Who knows what the offense different would have looked like with those 2 guys a part of it. No doubt about it. Probably took a couple plays out of the playbook because you didn't really have anybody to play fullback at that same level. And Johnny Wilson, they never really could replace his blocking either.
And the last one is Dylan McMahon. Andrew and I tell a funny story. I don't want to give it away. You could hear it on YouTube or watch it on YouTube if you want, or hear it on any podcasting platform. But we kind of knew. We both said he's never going to make it when we saw him on the field, and I'll leave it at that. You can kind of figure it out. But look, you got to give 3 years. But I would say the one we need more out of Will Shipley if we're doing a full evaluation. Johnny Wilson had a major knee injury. I was there at training camp. I felt so bad for him when he was carried off. It looked bad, and it was bad. So Trott Jr., to be honest with you, has been their most productive, and it's only on special teams.
All right, let's go to 2025, which obviously a 4th, 3 5ths, and 4 6th-round picks last year. What do we got?
Yeah, a little concerning. Ty Robinson, boy, we were excited. I know the Eagles were excited. A lot of people in scouting around the NFL we talked to like him. He's kind of a tweener. He's really not a nose tackle. He's more of a 5 technique in their scheme. They got to figure it out with him. He'll make it because he's a 4th rounder. But Andrew made a really good point with Byron Young's development. He's not beating out Byron Young. Byron Young was terrific in his role. So right now, Ty Robinson's the 5th D tackle. And look, they may draft another one. So he's got to be better. It's a big offseason for him. Mac McWilliams, we thought he had a good training camp, but he only played 9% of the defensive snaps, 16% of special teams. Very disappointed he didn't get on the field, Mike. Jury's out on him. Small Monin played a lot on special teams. It's funny. I never thought I'd say that. They're too good at inside backer. He can't get on the field. On defense, Drew Kendall, you might remember his dad. Pete Kendall played for the Seahawks and the Jets. He's a little bit too small to play guard, but they really like him to be their backup center. He's got to prove it. Next one, Kyle McCord, bust, missed. His arm, he got exposed in training camp. Really weak arm. It's ironic. They're playing a true West Coast offense, and he would have been a great fit for it. Where is he? He's in Green Bay, where they run a true West Coast offense. Miles Hinton. I was talking to someone in scouting another day, actually a couple days ago, about him. Really good athlete. More of a finesse player. Needs to bulk up and get stronger. You know the one I'm really excited about is a guy who played one game, who was the biggest project that they drafted. Cam Williams had some great snaps against the Washington Commandos in the Week 17 or Week 18 game. And Antoine Powell-Ryland had a 25.5 sacks at Virginia Tech after he transferred from Florida. Missed. He got cut, and he's now with the Bengals.
All right, I'll ask you this as you get out of here. Whose dad was better, Kendall's or Hinton's?
Hinton. Chris Hinton was traded for John Elway. Chris Hinton was a terrific player, for a guard for the Colts. Very underrated player. In fact, if you watch the 30 for 30 Elway to Marino, watch Chris Hinton. He's so good in this. Because he got he got traded for a Hall of Famer. What could I tell you? It's a great. You could see, and Marvin Demoff, who is the agent for John Elway and Dan Marino. Have you ever seen this one? It's phenomenal.
Oh yeah, I've seen that one. And have you the Elway one on? I think it's Netflix. Have you watched that one?
No, the only one, I have not watched that. Is that new? Is that recent?
It came out somewhat recently. Yes, it's just called Elway.
I didn't see that.
It's very good.
Yeah, and a friend of John. We had a close friend of his passed away. He was an agent whose name escapes me, but I can't think of his last name. Jeff, I forgot his last name. He was actually around for many years. But yeah, John was actually a very good personnel executive who who obviously knows Vic Fangio, John Highway Vic Fangio. Vic Fangio
as a head coach.
Head coach, yep.
All right, there you go. Football at 4, draft coming up. We got plenty more this week here on the Football at 4 here on the Sports Bash Live as draft season is upon us. Thanks, man.
You got it, man. Thank you.
Adam Kaplan is back on Friday's show. Jeff's off this week, and, of course, the Sports Bash has Football at 4 for you with Football Insight Daily right here on the Sports Bash. Speaking of football, Jason Kelce had some interesting things to say. He was on the Pat McAfee show today. He was giving some insight on this Jalen Hurts stuff as the story came out, 2 weeks ago now or a week ago? I guess it was like last Monday, right?
It came out April Fool's Day.
So
that's last week.
Yeah, last Monday.
Last Wednesday.
And, Kelsey's a guy that in this instance on the McAfee show gets asked about all this stuff. I haven't heard any of this audio yet. Josh is going to play it for me now, but I think that Kelsey's a guy that can obviously speak to this, having played here. I want to hear what he has to say to see how much he wants to insert himself into this story.
Well, depending on how you take this information, Mike, he may have either inserted himself too much or just enough, depending on who you ask. So he was initially asked by McAfee, what was his take on all the sources and all the anonymous reporting and the length of the report from Fowler and McManus. And Jason Kelce, well, I'll let him speak for himself at first here.
I know there's a story about Jalen that came out. My overall thing is, especially with Jalen, what quarterback doesn't want to run their stuff? This has kind of been a semblance of things that have been coming out over multiple years, but all of a sudden now it's reached to this point where there's however many sources in there. And I think it's very coincidental that it comes when the season and everything don't go the way they want and people are getting fired. And the reality is sometimes these things that are weaknesses when you're losing, sometimes people view them as strengths when you're winning.
Yeah. He's not wrong, is that and this is the trap that the Philadelphia Eagles organization has fallen into with the amount of success that they have now come to achieve. And the expectations that they constantly put on themselves, which is fair that they have these expectations. But when you don't meet them, then you start to hear why you didn't meet them, and then the finger pointing begins.
I think it's very interesting that he clearly says in there, look, this came out because it was a down year, people got fired, and it sounds like to me that he's saying, hey, listen, from my experience being in that building, things like this don't happen unless people are looking for someone to blame.
And you look for people to blame when things don't go the way that you thought they would go.
Which is why
Kelsey, so that means there's only one ending to a season, really,
right,
that would avoid anything like this.
Right, only 1 out of 32 teams gets to have that ending.
And the Eagles didn't have it last year. They had it the year before. And so you would say, well, the guy won the Super Bowl and the MVP one year. Why wouldn't he be good enough the next? Well, they didn't reach the expectations, so somebody has to get the finger pointed at them.
And that's when Kelce went on to say, there's a reason why there is so much perceived drama around the Philadelphia Eagles every single year.
There's always drama when they are losing or not living up to the expectations. I think that has always been the case. Conveniently, when you are winning and playing really well, there happens to be not so much drama. The media attention in Philadelphia is incredible, right? It's a massive metropolitan area. There's beat writers in there every single day getting news and storylines and sources. It's endless. And when the season doesn't go well, everything gets magnified.
Yeah, well, it's kind of what we just he's echoing what we're saying here is that your expectations are world champions, Super Bowl champions. If you don't get there, finger pointing begins. And his point about the area, the whole metropolitan area, that's another interesting whole dynamic here, where we have an area where, quite frankly, let's be honest, in the western part of the state, like towards Philly, that, Cherry Hill, Marlton, Mount Laurel, Haddonfield, up that area, it's a lot of money in this area, right? So what ends up happening is these people come down the shore and fill the towns in Sea Isle and Avalon and Stone Harbor and Strathmere and Wildwood and Margate and Ventnor and Brigantine and Atlantic City and everywhere. And what ends up happening is you run into these guys, right? You run into these guys, whereas in a lot of towns, you don't see the guys. Like the guy doesn't stay and live in Cleveland, or he goes back to where he's from. Like, so there's a lot more situations, opportunities where, young guy has a lot of money, runs into so-and-so at this bar here, and then all of a sudden, like, he thinks that, like, well, I was talking to that guy, and he saw so-and-so out, and that kind of stuff happens so much around here, right? Oh, I saw that guy at the Deauville. I saw that guy at the OD. And you obviously, rumors begin because I saw somebody and then whisper down the lane happens. That doesn't happen as much in all these other areas.
Not at all.
Because you have a mix, of Philadelphia being one of the biggest media markets in the world, in the United States, morphing into an area that is very small, like down the shore or just over the bridge. So you have this big city that is right next to this small little area, and I think that contributes to the rumors and the craziness that happens sometimes that you don't get in Milwaukee and Kansas City and Cleveland and all these other areas. No, that's not to say that that's not the dynamic, but I think a lot of the players stay here and live here and remain here in the offseason and their post-playing careers, as opposed to some of these other places where I think as soon as their seasons are over, they get out of there.
And then the Kelsey goes on to explain, he says, part of it also is that some of what we see from these media reports and from the Eagles is a response to a very passionate fan base.
Everybody's trying to, salvage that the reason the season didn't go well wasn't them, whether it's coaches, players, front office, like across the board. That's kind of just how it works, especially in Philadelphia with an insatiable fan base. You're always the number one ticket in town. They have an endless desire for that content. While that breeds some of the most awesome moments of my life and fandom and incredible things that I get to experience as a player who played there for a long time, it is, when you're losing, you better be mentally strong and able to overcome a lot of that stuff and firmly know who you are and confident in your abilities.
It's kind of what we're talking about here is because they won and he's a popular player, so much has been afforded to him because of the success. That's a double-edged sword sometimes. Not everybody can handle all this, the accolades that come with the success.
The accolades, the attention. And I love what he says. He says, look, when this stuff happens, everyone wants to be like, oh, it wasn't me. I'm telling you, it wasn't me. Don't blame me. And because, like you said, if you see fill-in-the-blank person out and about, the fans, they might be inclined to ask a question or two or maybe look at you a certain way. And, there's this attitude of people want to be like, hey, look, I know you're disappointed. It was a bad year, but it wasn't me. Can't blame me. I did my job.
Well, I mean, nobody wants to say it was me, right? Nobody wants to come overtly out and say I'm the problem.
No, but I think Kelsey's saying, maybe they go out of their way to do it more in Philadelphia than maybe some other places.
Hey, listen,
because they know the eyeballs are on them.
I don't doubt that there's way more scrutiny here. I have, when I was in West Virginia, which is, it's similar in terms of the distance from Pittsburgh. It's about an hour from Pittsburgh. You certainly don't hear the scrutiny like we hear here from the Philadelphia sports team. No, it's a different dynamic. People at WVU, they're not from West Virginia, so they're not all Pittsburgh fans, whereas most of the people here are Philadelphia fans. But it is certainly a louder
much
louder buzz from the sports teams just 1 hour away. Just imagine what it's like when you're in the circle. Now, I have friends that do sports talk in other markets around the country, and they just can't believe how much these teams are under the microscope, specifically the Philadelphia Eagles. Like, they just cannot believe the way that the Eagles are looked at as opposed to, where some of these, guys do sports talk radio and the teams that they cover, how they are focused on. All right, good stuff. Coming up, we've got Unsportsmanlike Moment of the Day. I haven't heard this one yet today. I have no idea what it is.
It's about food.
It's about food. Stick around for that. Durso in about an hour from now. Phillies are in action right now. It's nothing in the, I believe, the bottom of the third they're heading to. It's Nola and Malley are the pitchers today. Phil's nothing with the Giants. We'll keep you updated on that. For those of you watching the Sports Bash live on the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel, the score has been scrolling across the bottom, so you can keep up to date with the game over there. More Sports Bash on the way. It's 97.3 ESPN.
All right, let's
Chinese
go bar
food,
for bar here.
Japanese food, Mexican food.
Italian or Thai?
I'll probably go Italian.
Italian or Chinese food?
That one's tough
Chinese.
for me.
No,
I
I'm
love
talking
Chinese.
traditional Chinese food, not American Chinese food.
What's considered American
It's very
Chinese?
different than what we have
Cold
here.
noodles with sesame
Okay,
sauce.
well,
What's that?
you also don't get spaghetti and meatballs then.
What do you mean?
I think chicken parm is considered an American
Yeah, it's
dish,
an American.
not an
That
Italian
and
dish.
spaghetti and meatballs are American dishes.
I don't think Michelle and I were arguing that we wanted
She
spaghetti and
mentioned chicken
meatballs.
parm.
I think we're sleeping on Mexican food.
I was
agree
just
with
going to say
food.
Mexican next.
Mexican food's amazing. Italian food, A+. Mexican food, A+. Chinese food, A+. Thai food, A+.
Spanish food, A+.
A+.
Greek food, A+.
Greek, nah, I don't love Greek food.
Greek food's good.
Yeah, I'm out on
Love
the
Greek food.
I'm not as in on it.
Greek food number 2 on my cuisine power rankings.
Wow.
That's number 2?
Number 2.
Mediterranean food
Italian
is
number 1.
healthy. You should
Greek
eat it
2.
and live till
Thai
you're 100
3.
years old.
What was 3? I didn't hear.
Thai.
All right, that is our unsportsmanlike moment of the day. The crew this morning breaking down who has the best cuisine internationally. Now, this is one that I can certainly get into. Our unsportsmanlike moment of the day here on the Sports Bash. I want to tell you about my friend Rocco at Key Acura of Atlantic City. My guy Rocco has a deal that you need to talk about, need to ask him about. They're the largest ADX volume dealer now through April 30th. You can lease a sleek, sporty 2026 Acura Integra for just $199 a month for 36 months. Get to Key Acura, Tilt Road, Egg Harbor Township. Visit KeyAcuraAtlanticCity.com and see what all the excitement's about. Key Acura, the small but friendly dealer. See Rocco for details. Now, the international cuisine rankings. This will be a tough one for me. Now, I will say, Thai food in Thailand was phenomenal. That's high on the list.
Yeah, you actually have the opportunity to tell people about the food in a lot of these countries. Unlike, no offense, some people this morning, but they were...
So you didn't like their rankings?
Well, first of all, I didn't like the fact that Michelle was being so aggressive with her takes. And I was like, wow. Because for those who didn't hear it, this was like a 5-minute segment. Like 5-7 minutes of them just going back and forth. And like, I thought Evan was being very thoughtful, very like, hey, this is what I like, this is what I don't like. And Michelle was just being like, this is great. No, this is great. And then they try to throw Pat Costello under the bus, their producer. And he's like, whoa. He's like, what are you throwing me under the bus for? Because it all started because, I don't know if you saw, but Roy McIlroy picked the Masters menu this week.
Ah, okay.
And
I was wondering where this conversation even came from.
And Rory made the joke. They asked him, well, why didn't you put any Irish food on the menu? He's like, I don't even want Irish food.
I've been to Ireland. I would say that nothing discernible.
So basically, Michelle took a very strong position that basically Irish and British food is like pretty much, in her opinion, very uninteresting, very lame, very heavy, she called it.
The Irish food?
No, Irish and British.
Yeah, well, British food and Irish food, there's nothing really that stands out. I mean, if you want fish and chips, if you're somebody like that, I like fish and chips, but I wouldn't say it's in my top 5 of international cuisines. I've been to London. Nothing there that they have is like their thing, right, other than like the fish and chips. Whereas if you go to like Egypt, they've got a koshery, which is like their thing.
So can I ask you about some of the ones that they named really quick?
Sure.
So Michelle Smallman, no matter what anyone would tell her this morning, she says that number 1 is Italian food.
I would agree. I was going to get to this. So every country that we've essentially gone to, when we went to Prague, or we went to Portugal, Croatia, the default always ends up, we're going to go with Italian because it's so good in these European countries. Mm-hmm. So it's hard to mess up Italian food, and yet it's so good. So I think Italian universally in every single country that I have visited is generally the best meal we have everywhere we go. Now, when we went to Jordan, they had a meal there. I can't remember the name of it. It was the best meal I've ever had anywhere.
Jordan's also had the best haircut you've ever had.
Jordan had the best barber, yes. But the meal that they had in Jordan, I can't remember what it was called. I'll think of it. But the Italian food in Egypt was probably the best food we had in Egypt. The best food we had in Prague was the Italian food we had. So I would agree with her that Italian food is almost universally the best meal that we get everywhere we travel to.
And for the people who are wondering why on earth would there be Italian food in Egypt, it's because, well, the Roman Empire used to run Egypt.
That
they
I
brought a
think
lot of their
like
culture over
Thailand.
there.
You go to Thailand, a lot of these places have very, very, very diverse menus because they get visitors from all over, and they know
Well, they've
that
also
they're trying to
all been
appeal
conquered or
to a lot of people that are going there. So you go to a restaurant in Thailand, it's like 40 pages long, the menu. What'd you say?
I say a lot of these countries have also been conquered by each other, which helps with the cross-pollination.
That too, but I think a lot of it has to do with more the tourists that they get that come there, and they're trying to make sure,
You keep coming
that,
back.
No, not that you keep coming back, that the amount of tourists that come there have choices of food to eat and not just Thai food or just Egyptian food. So you can say, hey, what do you want tonight? Well, they have, American food, burgers. You have Italian food. You've got any pretty much across. You go to a menu in any of these countries, they're like 40 pages long, and they're all pictures, a lot of them. You just point at the picture and
I like that.
That's what I want.
That's smart.
Yeah, it's like a child.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but the meal that I had in Jordan, I wish I could remember the name of the actual meal. That was number one on my cuisine depth chart.
So then she says number 2 is Greek food.
Yeah, I don't dislike Greek food, but I don't generally go out of my way to get it, and I'm not like, haven't really had a whole heck of a lot of it. Like, you get certain places, a lot of the diners around here, you get a lot of Greek food on the menu. You get a couple places. A place up in Philly, I got Greek, and they're usually very good, but it's not something I usually go out of my way for.
Right, it's not something you seek out.
Yeah.
Now, she said number 3 is Thai food.
Thai food, very good. The only issue I would say with Thai food is, now, there's probably much more variations than what we explored and did, but you get to the point where you can only eat so much of rice and noodles and stuff like that. It's very spicy. I'm not a spicy food guy, but I love the food over there. Wouldn't say though that if I had to eat it all the time that it would rank high. So it would be lower on my cuisine ranking, not because it's not good, just because it can get monotonous.
Now, another cuisine that she didn't rank in her rankings, but she said was A+, was Hispanic food and Mexican food, but as she called it, not American versions. So she was very clear that...
She said the same about the Chinese food, it sounded like.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Now, I haven't been to China, so I don't know the difference.
Well, the difference is that, for example, chicken and broccoli...
You've been to China to test this out?
No. I've actually watched a documentary about this. So the documentary was explaining that things like chicken and broccoli and sweet and sour chicken, orange chicken, those are things that are Americanized Asian foods. Whereas there are other Asian foods, typically the easiest way to do it is if the name of it is Chinese or is it not? So for example, lo mein. That's actual Chinese.
Yeah, I'm not a big I don't love lo mein. Don't hate it. It's just not my go-to. When I go to get Chinese food, lo mein is not generally my order.
Yeah.
So now I like a lot of the Japanese food, a little bit more. Now, you brought up Mexican food.
Mm-hmm.
Big fan. High on the list.
Sometimes it's spicy, though. You're okay with that?
Depends. I'm a big fan of the burrito taco.
Okay.
Love a burrito taco. Not that that's high-level Mexican food there, but I definitely like a good Mexican restaurant. Mexican cuisine probably high on the list. Maybe in the number right behind the Italian food.
Okay, very interesting.
Yep.
So you would have it higher than she does.
I don't know where she had it.
She didn't have it ranked
I
at all.
couldn't really hear how she was ranking these things.
Now, her big 3 were Italian, Greek, Thai. That's her big 3.
Yeah, I know a lot of people who like Thai food have it very high. Not that I didn't like Thai food. I ate a lot of the same stuff when I was in Thailand just because I'm a little bit, I don't want to say of a bland eater, but
you like what you like.
I find something that I kind of like. It was if I'm going to eat something, I don't want to be disappointed in the meal. So I'm going to, I had a lot of pineapple chicken And what they do is they cut a pineapple in half, and they put the chicken in its rice with chicken and pineapple, and they put it in the pineapple. They scoop the pineapple out of the pineapple
That's
and
interesting.
use the pineapple as almost like the bowl.
Like a dish, yeah. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Now, one meal that they tried to bring up in conversation, but Michelle was too busy telling us how great Greek food was at one point, was
Haven't had enough Greek food.
so
I feel like I need to incorporate more Greek food into my arsenal. I haven't been to Greece, by the way, so.
Well, there's that too. That'll be next year. So, for you, where does Indian food line up in all this? Because they tried to bring this up on the segment, but Michelle was such a staunch advocate for Greek and Italian food, she wouldn't listen.
Big fan. Obviously, Nizam, big fan. Went there for lunch a couple weeks ago. The one thing that I really like, so no, they have a lot of spicy stuff too. I always have to tell them, don't go spicy on me here. Love the flavors. That's one of the things. Mediterranean, whoever that was talking Mediterranean stuff. The thing like Indian food, Thai food, Egyptian, all the stuff, Middle Eastern, all of these places, the flavor and the spices, but the flavors of the food is on another level. Like just the amount of flavor that they put into it's tremendous. Indian food would be high on the flavor list for that, yes.
Okay, so you would have Indian food obviously much higher than Michelle does. And it seems like that you kind of agree with Evan Cohen on some of this stuff. Seems like you and Evan have similar palates over here.
I guess so. I wasn't, hearing I didn't hear him rank away.
He wasn't allowed to rank.
Gotcha.
It turned into
rankings.
It turned into a segment where Michelle was trying to assert herself as the expert, and everyone was trying to get more information about why she was taking such hard positions on these foods.
Well, I mean, I didn't hear how the segment was set up.
Well, if it was set up by the Rory thing.
No, but I'm saying, the fact that she come up with it and say these are my rankings.
No, not at all. She decided to create her rankings on the fly.
I gotta find that Jordanian. Yeah, that meal was the best meal I've ever had in my life.
Basically, the Mike Gill's perfect day would be to go get a haircut in Jordan, followed by the Jordanian meal.
If I could go back to that spot and get that dish again, I'd be there tomorrow. It was definitely. I got where I was in. I can't remember the name of the restaurant. I got to try to remember that. Then I can narrow down where.
I remember the picture you sent me.
Oh, it was amazing.
The picture, you sent that me, it was one of the only things you sent me the entire time you were away. I barely heard from you the entire trip. It was one of the few things I got from you. You sent me the picture. You're like, look at this. And I was like, oh.
Yeah, the guy come out, and they make it like a pottery bowl.
Yeah.
And then he comes out and kind of cuts the top of it. It's like the bread that they make there is this special type of bread, and they bake it over top the pottery bowl, and then inside it's almost like a stew, but way more flavorful than stew. That would be number one. The koshery in Egypt was interesting. I wouldn't say it was great, but it was interesting. The Thai food, again, I was pretty basic on my Thai food when I went to Thailand. Yeah. All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. We got so much more to come, including the Flyers tomorrow night. What do they need? We'll talk to Kevin Durso at 5:30. What do the Sixers need? They have 3 games left. What's the math look like for them? We'll check it out coming up. 452, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Hanging out with you till 6 o'clock tonight. Georgia Galloway says, Egyptian here, the best kosher you can have there is from the food trucks you can find at the street corners of the city. Way more authentic than what you're likely to find in any sit-down restaurant. Yeah, we added a couple different spots, the koshery. And like I said, it was like, I describe it as like the way koshery came about, which is Egyptian. It's like the mom looked in the cabinets and said, I have like a little bit of this, 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 and a little bit of this. I'm just going to put it all in one pot, and that's what I'm going to make because it's like chickpeas and spaghetti and onion, and it's like 6 different carbs, basically, and they just put it in a bowl. So it's very carby, and I enjoyed it, but I wouldn't say I was like, oh, man, I got to get koshery. The Jordanian food, that was, we actually, by the way, they had shawarma the other day, which is Egyptian, Middle Eastern. It's like a Middle Eastern sandwich, kind of. They actually have shawarma kits at Sam's Club. You can buy them from there. So we bought them this weekend and made shawarma for lunch on Saturday. Really good. The flavor that they include in the kit was very, very good. So if you see it at Sam's Club, the shawarma, try it out. Just let me know what you guys think. Phil's, by the way, nothing in the 5th. So the offense continuing to be disappointing. But is it really disappointing? Isn't this what we kind of expected? So if they could find a way to get out of here with a win, they would win another series. And, of course, the Phillies off tomorrow. They will play on Friday against Arizona. They come back home after this little road trip here. All right, 609-403-0973 on the White Horse RV text board. Hit us up over there. Coming up in the next hour, we'll look at the Sixers' path, their last 3 games, what they mean. We'll look back at this Phillies matchup here. We'll keep you up to date on that. Nothing in the 5th. And then we'll get into some Flyers with Kevin Durso at 5:30 right here on the Sports Bash. But first, I need caller 6 and 7, 609-573-3776, 609-573-3776, caller 6 and caller 7. Right now, you are entered to win club box seats for an Eagles home game this season at Lincoln Financial Field. You must be present to win. On Thursday, April 23rd, we'll be live at the Balcony Bar at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City, where one lucky winner will win club box tickets to an Eagles game this year. And we will have other great prizes throughout the show, like an overnight stay to Ocean Casino Resort, concert tickets, comedy shows, gift cards. You must be present to win, and if you're caller 6 and caller 7, you'll be on the list at the Balcony Bar. Good luck. All right, 5 o'clock, Sports Bass Live, 97.3 ESPN. Phil's 0-0 with San Francisco. Nola still spinning a shutout out there against the Giants. Congratulations to our latest qualifiers, by the way. George and Galloway, Bill and Ventnor. We'll see you guys at the Balcony Bar at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. We head to the sixth inning as Nola gets out of the inning. 0-0 Phils. Another dreadful day for the offense. They haven't scored in quite some time. When was the last time they scored? It feels like Friday night against Colorado, right? When they scored 7 runs in the first inning. And then obviously they scored 2 runs in the game on Saturday, 1 run in the game on Sunday. And then they went out to San Francisco, scored 4 runs in 1 inning, 2 in another inning, sort of 6 runs in the series opener, and then shut out last night. They're being shut out again right now in the game. Aaron Nola, though, really the story. More than anything, the offense is what it is. It's going to be up and down and all around, and it's very infuriating. But we know what their offense is. But we want Nola to show that he is back. And Nola so far pitched well in Colorado, and now he's got a shutout going in San Francisco. So that's the story of the day. If Nola continues to pitch well, and this starting staff does what we think it can do, and this bullpen pitches as well as it's been pitching, their offense is going to do their part, and they'll win a ton of games, and I will likely be right around the number that I gave you at the beginning of the season, which is 98 wins for this team. As long as their offense is anywhere in the ballpark of where they have been over the era of 2022, 2023, 2024, 2025. All these guys have been pretty consistent in their time here. As long as all those guys do what the back of their baseball card says, no major injury happens. Every time there's, you give a prediction at the beginning of the season, the caveat is that's with everybody healthy and at full strength. If somebody ends up getting hurt, that changes the dynamics of the whole season. So far, no one's been hurt of any long-term repercussions. You have no Real Muto today, but that's no reason to change any expectations. I'm talking about Schwarber, Harper, Turner, one of those guys. Bohm missed last night. Not a big deal. Bohm actually at the plate today. But as their offense is what it has been, they're pitching right now. Their starting staff should be one of the top 3 in baseball. And their bullpen's probably going to be one of the top 3 in baseball. With that formula in the National League, they should pile up a ton of wins. So if they can figure out a way to win this series, which they haven't won a series in San Francisco in 13 years, would be a big jump for them in terms of having been able to beat San Francisco at their own ballpark in all this time. And the team, quite frankly, the Phillies are not playing great. Their offense has been terrible. And for them to have, a winning record at this stage of the season, it shows you how good their pitching is. You win a 2-1 game the other day. You need the pitching to be as good as it is because this offense in April is not going to be where it needs to be, This isn't rocket science here. Like, if you're breaking down game to game the Phillies and not seeing the big picture of their pitching is why they will win a ton of games. The Phillies pitching is basically the backbone of this entire team. And having Nola pitch the way that he is pitching today, really just adds to the ceiling for this team. Keep in mind, Nola last year was what? 5-10? His record throw out the door, but he lost 10 games last year and had an ERA of in the 6s. That's a guy that entering last year, think about this. Aaron Nola last year, you thought was going to be your number 2 guy, maybe your number 3 guy. But entering the season, it was Wheeler and Nola, and then Sanchez had kind of come on. But maybe Nola had fell to your number 3 guy, or even your number 4 guy. Wherever you want to rank him, you thought Aaron Nola was going to be a pretty solid contributor. Not an ERA of 6 with 10 losses. And even with Nola being awful last year, this team won 96 games. With Jordan Romano as your closer for most of the season and Alvarado getting suspended, They won 96 games. How's that possible? I keep looking back and say, how's that possible? By the way, Rob Thompson, with the win the other night, moved into 10th place all time on the win list for the Philadelphia Phillies. Hard to believe that Thompson's been here 2022, 23, 24, 25 in really 3 and kind of like a half a season in 2022. He has already won that many games. Now, is that saying that the Phillies organization is not very good? Do you know the names on the list, Josh? Can you rip off the Phillies managers that are ahead of now? Rob Thompson is number 10 on the list. Do you know who the 9 names are in front of Topper?
Pretty high on the list is probably Charlie Manuel.
Charlie Manuel is number 1. He is the winningest manager in the history of the franchise. Number 1, Charlie Manuel.
Larry Boa?
Larry Boa. I don't know that he was the manager very long, and I don't think he was very successful. You know, I know people like him because he kicks and screams and does stuff, but he is not in the top 10, no.
Okay, what about Dallas Green?
Dallas Green, also, in a very short time as the manager. These are a lot of guys that I wouldn't think that you would no. There's Manuel you got. Fergosi is on the list. Fergosi is number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 431 wins for Fergosi. He is number 5 on the list. By the way, Charlie is 780. That is number 1.
So I got 1 and 5.
1 and 5. I would think you would know 1, 2. You got 1. You probably should know 2. You probably should know 4. You got 5. And other than that, I don't think you got anybody else on this list.
Boy.
But you're one of those guys that looks down upon people because they don't know the history of the game. So I thought maybe
I don't down upon people.
You Michelle Smallman because they didn't have the food. You know.
My thing is that sometimes I feel like people will use "I wasn't born yet" as an excuse to not know things. You know. Mm-hmm. That's where I'm like, all right, I can't buy that.
Well, there's a lot of guys on this list that probably would fit into that category.
I mean, probably there's people on that list I wasn't even born for.
Yeah, Charlie Manuel's number 1. Gene Mauch is number 2.
Oh, Gene Mauch.
Harry Wright is number 3. Danny Ozark is number 4.
Ozark,
Jim
right,
Fergosi is number 5. Red Doohan is number 6. Eddie Sawyer is number 7. Bert Schotten is number 8.
Who?
Bill Schätzlein is number 9.
Don't say that 5 times
and
fast.
Rob Thompson is now number 10 all time for the Philadelphia Phillies. Actually,
I got to admit, only 2 of the names you read off, I even know who the heck they are.
Well, Manuel, Gene Mauch, Danny Ozark.
I know who Gene Mauch is. I forgot about him. Danny Ozark, I should have gotten him because he was the 80s guy.
Uh-huh.
So, all right.
You got Manuel, Mauch, Ozark, Fergosi, and Rob Thompson. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So half the list you should have got.
The rest of them, I have no idea who they are.
Yeah, I don't know who.
I'm not gonna try to figure that one out.
No, Harry Wright, who by the way is 3rd all time. I've never heard of him. Red Doohan, Eddie Sawyer, Bert Schotten, or Bill Schätzlein.
I genuinely want to know, was Red Doohan from the 30s? Is that what he is?
I have no idea. It could be from the 1800s.
You don't have the list of their years next to them?
No, it just has the list of how many wins
I know
they
where to
have.
find that. Hang
on.
on.
I'm sure you can easily find it. But our buddy Phillies Tailgate over on Twitter said, I missed this last season, but Rob Thompson is now top 10 in wins while managing the Phillies, which means by the end of this year, by the way, he is going to move up to, I would imagine, he will pass 1, 2, 3, at least 4 guys on this list this season. Will he be able to get past, let's see, will he be able to get past?
So he needs 15 more wins.
He'll
be 9th.
Yeah, but he'll pass Jim Fergosi this year too.
Fergosi, Fergosi's 431. So he's got a ways to go there.
Yeah, he only needs about 80 wins to get past Fergosi this year, though. They'll win 80 games this year, right?
Yes.
So I think he's 79 wins, right? Is he 79 entering the year behind Fergosi? 431 less 352, 79. Yeah. So he's 79 wins behind Fergosi. So he'll pass 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. He will be 5th all time by the end of the season. And then depending on how many he wins, he would then be going after Ozark and that crew. Now, if the Phillies don't end up getting out of a playoff round, I would imagine Rob Thompson is in some trouble.
By the way,
If the Phillies don't make the playoffs,
well, then
Rob Thompson will be gone. If the
Easily.
Phillies make the playoffs, how many rounds do they need to win? Do they need to get back to a World Series? Is Thompson back no matter what? Does he have to win 2 series? Does he have to get to a World Series? What if they lose in the first round? That conversation will certainly come up. And by the way, very fairly. I mean, if they don't win again with this group and the same group of guys, you cannot bring him back again.
I think you have to at least get the LCS. Like, don't you feel like the LCS is like, hey, at least we got to the doorstep of the World Series?
You would hope so. You would hope so. You would hope that their expectations in that building is you cannot have a loss in a wild card or division series again. You have got to get to a championship series. And if it's you against the Dodgers are going to be the favorite. Let's see how you go head-to-head with them. But if you lose to, I don't know, Cincinnati is off to a good start right now. Let's say they got in and won a division and you played them in the playoffs. And you lost to Cincinnati, that's a major disappointment, don't you think? If you lost to San Diego, if you lost to Arizona, if they happen to get in, if you lost to Milwaukee. I know Milwaukee's a good team and they rack up a lot of wins, but they rack up a lot of wins playing in the Central Division. So they're playing. Oh, Pittsburgh's a lot better this year. Keep in mind,
Pittsburgh's a lot better this year, but Milwaukee still is not like. They're a very good baseball team. They're elite baseball team.
They're solid. Like last year, they led. People forget the Brewers had the most wins in the National League last year. They were the top seed, but nobody thought that they were the best team in
No,
the league.
they're like the Atlanta Falcons from like a decade plus ago.
I would say they were more of like when the Atlanta Hawks won 60 games in the NBA and nobody believed in them at all. When they had Al Horford and they
you
played
go Hawks,
against,
I go Falcons.
Yeah,
Same,
the Falcons
same city.
Thing, the Falcons thing is not resonating with me at all. I don't know.
I'm
which
going
team
back
you're
to like
talking
the early 2010s where it was like they win like 13 games a year and they're Mike Smith.
Maybe that happened. I don't remember. That team certainly doesn't stand out to me of like it was like but that Hawks team
is fine, yeah,
was definitely
Al Horford, Kyle Korver.
They were a 1 seed. They won 60. Now to win 60 games in the NBA is
something.
That's something. And they won 60 games and nobody believed in them at all.
What's more impressive, winning like 60 to 70 games in the NBA
Definitely.
or winning 110 plus games in Major League Baseball?
Probably winning. Oh man, that's now because of how many teams tank in the NBA.
Maybe it's a little easier in the
It's
NBA.
probably a little bit easier because of the tanking problem, which apparently they're addressing today. Is that what
they're having
the
a vote today?
Mm-hmm.
We'll see what happens with the vote, or if what they vote or what they don't vote.
None of their scenarios are going to fix the problem.
No.
I remember when they said they flattened the odds it doesn't matter. You got to stop giving people incentive to lose.
Exactly.
Anytime you give incentive to lose, where the percentage is better if I lose than it is to win, I'm going to try to lose. I don't understand how they can't see this.
Well, they can't see it because we live in a world where people don't want to accept that so much of life is dependent on incentive. You have to incentivize people to want to do or not do things. Just giving people a slap on the wrist or a penalty is not a strong enough deterrent.
So to win right now, Detroit has 57, so they probably won't win 60. Oklahoma City won 63. San Antonio has 60. Only 2 teams are going to win 60 games. That's with all these teams tanking. Now, 110 games, that's a lot of baseball games. How many teams have even won 110, period?
Well, my mind's going to the Mariners team.
Yeah, that was like 1995, 98 maybe. I think it was 98.
I thought it was like 2000, but all right, whatever.
Whatever
Same
it was.
difference.
It was 27 years ago.
I just remember that team, they didn't win a World Series.
Nope.
But that in the regular season, I mean, the Brett Broom, Mike Cameron.
If you said 100 wins,
said
would
110.
be I know, but I'm saying 110 is like winning 70 games, which has only happened twice: the Golden State
Bulls,
and Chicago.
yeah.
Right. So that would be like winning 110 games. The 100 wins would be like the 60 game mark. You know what I mean? Like if you won 100 games in baseball, that's a lot. I mean, you won 100 games out of 162. That's like winning 60 out of 82.
See, now I'm curious when I look up and see how many teams have done it.
Have won what?
110 games.
I got to imagine it's been done less than. Now, I can't go back into like, however, the depth. You're talking about the modern era here from like the 70s maybe to now. My guess would be maybe 5 teams have won that many games. Just like in the NBA, only 2 teams have won 70 games. I mean, to win 70 out of 82 games at the professional level is unbelievable. I think that Oklahoma City could have tried to go for it this year, but they had some injury issues. This team here, they have 63 wins.
So really quick, what was your cutoff year again?
I probably like 1970.
Okay, so you're saying
you can even go back to maybe the 50s, and I can't imagine there's that many teams that won 110 games.
So it was 2001 Mariners, 116. The next most recent one is the Yankees in 1998. That was 114.
Okay.
The 2022 Dodgers won 111.
Mm-hmm.
The next most recent one is 69 cutoff.
I said, even if you want to go back into the 50s.
Well, 1969, the Orioles won 109.
So you went from the most recent one was when? The Dodgers
Dodgers in 2022.
Okay, so the Dodgers in 2022. Before that, it was the Yankees.
Mariners 2021. Sorry, 2001. I'm sorry, 2001. The Mariners.
And the Yankees in 98.
Yankees 98.
And then, but the next one was 69?
Well, that was 109 wins.
And that was in 1969, though.
Right. The only other recent one with a high number of wins was the 2018 Red Sox had 108.
Okay, so
they were too short of my 110.
The 110 is, like I said, 110 wins would be akin to winning 70 games.
So basically, there's 3 times it's happened in the last 50 years.
Yeah, which is what I'm saying. It's nearly
You're
impossible.
saying that's the equivalent to 70 in the NBA.
To win 110 baseball games in the regular season would be like winning 70 NBA games.
Gotcha.
I mean, it's only happened twice in the NBA. It's only happened 3 times or 3 times in baseball.
Right.
You can go back even further. If you go back further, how many teams won 110 games?
Okay.
Does it start to add up more?
So overall, there's 7 times it's happened in all of baseball history.
So only 7 times in all of baseball history. Now, baseball obviously goes back a lot further than the NBA does.
Yes.
And it's only happened 7 times.
Right. So you got the 1906 Cubs. You have the 1954 Indians, the 1927 Yankees, the 1909 Pirates. Those are the oldest teams.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, again, winning 110 baseball games would be like a basketball team winning 70 games. The 13-win football team, like the Falcons that you mentioned, which I don't even remember which team you're talking about. That being said, 13-win teams happen frequently.
So, like, what's an NFL win total? Like, it's like 14, 15? We go.
No, you go, well, now with 17 games, you go 15-2. That's 15 wins that's a lot. You win 15 out of 18. You win 70 out of 82. You win 110 out of 162. With the 17 wins, winning 15 out of 17, that's a historical type of regular season, I would think, right?
I agree. I'm just trying to figure out like where we're drawing the Mason-Dixon line here, because we're talking about Rob Thompson, and like I don't think this is going to happen. So I'm prefacing it by saying that for some of the idiots on the text board who are yelling at you about your 98 win prediction right now incessantly. But if the Phillies were to win 100-some games, that would be impressive because it's never happened in Phillies history.
If they won 100 games this year, yes, that would be impressive. I don't have them winning 100. I wouldn't be shocked. Listen, I get it. There needs to win 98 games. They can't have an injury to anybody. Sanchez, Harper, Schwarber, Turner, anybody of that magnitude. But if they stay the same offensively as they have been throughout this little era of Phillies baseball, with this pitch, it's all predicated on the pitching. Yes. The only reason I think they have any shot to get to that number is their starting pitching is far superior than anybody else's, and their bullpen is far superior than everybody else's. It has nothing to do with the offense. So if you think that I think this team could win that many games based on the fact that they haven't scored in 2 days, you're dumber than I already thought. It has nothing to do with how inept their offense is. We all know their offense is inept, and they haven't scored still, and we're in the 6th inning of this game. So they haven't scored all day yesterday, and they haven't scored again today. You imagine, look, you're sitting there, Rob Thompson, they're showing Rob Thompson there, who doesn't say a word, doesn't say anything. He's just an insignificant lump on the log over there. How do you sit here and keep watching this and not go, Now, my buddy texted me today who worked for the Phillies. All right? And said the analytics team is so stubborn, they need to put Marsh in the 5th spot. Now, he didn't say Topper. He said the analytics team is so stubborn. And
how long have we been saying that around here?
Right. The analytics team. But I don't know what analytics would say to put Stott in the 5-hole and Marsh in the 7-hole. That I can't figure out. What analytic are the analytics team looking at that would do that? Because that doesn't make any sense.
I would love to know what those numbers are. Because I there's no number I can think of that would ever make me think, yeah, Bryson Stott, 5-hole hitter.
We got an ABS challenge.
We do.
He thought he walked, and they challenged.
All confirmed.
And it is a strike. This is a big spot in the game, by the way. It's first and second with 1 out in the 6th. Nothing. It's a 3-2 count to Chapman because you've got Devers on deck, I imagine, right?
Yep.
So this is a big spot. Now, it was a 3-1 pitch. The umpire called, and the batter, that's a strike. Now, Marchand's challenging that. So now we got another ABS challenge, and I think Marchand's going to win this challenge, and it's going to be a strikeout.
By the way, for those who don't know, the catchers have actually been the most
The Phillies
accurate.
haven't missed one, and that is a strike.
That's a strike.
So now, if you were the batter and you watched that pitch, you wouldn't think that, it didn't look like a strike, except for the fact that they have a box up on the screen. Now, Marchand taps his head, and he gets that call. But that's a huge call in the game because his bases loaded 1 out.
Right.
And instead, it's a strikeout, and now you have 2 outs.
Massive moment for Nola to get out that 1 out. He needed that out badly.
By the way, you got to give Nola a little credit here. They're on the road, and there's a spot they haven't won a series in 13 years, and he is pitching his ass off right now, and his team is not helping
How
him
about
at
the
all.
fact he's going the last.
By the way, Devers just went yard. Right
There
when
it
we
is.
said you got to give Nola credit.
Spoke too soon.
It's the Nola coaster. He's pitching great. And Devers just took him deep.
I mean, he just launched that. That'd be like 420 feet.
Man, that's a dead center shot off of Nola.
That's a big stadium, too.
Oh, that's a bomb to center field there. And that one was way out. And by the way, Nola, 82 pitches, so, he's well within his right to keep him out there. All right, so there you go. Now, all of a sudden, a home run from Devers makes it a 3-0 game. The Giants lead the Phillies in the bottom of the 6th. All right, let's get to some positive stuff. We'll go to the Flyers. What has happened with the Flyers? What needs to happen for them to get in? All the scenarios. Kevin Durso, our Flyers insider, joins us next right here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. 5:30 Sports Bash. Phil's down 3-0. A Rafael Devers home run, 3-run homer knocked Nola out of the game. Gave the Giants a 3-run lead. Phil's in the bottom of the 6th. Guys, I want to tell you about my friends at Clark's Moving and Storage down in Rio Grande. Let me tell you, you got to move. You got to ask your friend to move. That's a bad ask. Don't do that. Ask Clark's Moving and Storage, 609-889-0780. They'll get it all taken care of for you. You just say, hey, I need this over here. And they'll get it done. They'll bring it in without a scratch. Check them out, clarksmoving.net. They can move you into your new apartment, out of your dorm. If you are moving into a bigger house, downsizing to a smaller house, Clark's Moving and Storage. Flyers win last night, 5-1. Zegers with 2. Forrester with 2. Kevin Durso the other day said it started to feel like the 07 Phillies, but could it feel more like the 10 Flyers? Do they have that run in them? Let's get the thoughts from Kevin Durso, 97.3 ESPN.com. And Durso, early last night they got one, then another, then it's 2-1. But instead of folding, they pulled away. What do we see from that game last night that really stood out, that maybe makes you a believer? You got Zegers set the tone with 2 goals in the first 4 minutes. You wrote about how, all of a sudden this team is now playing ahead. They're the chase team here. How much of this 3-game win streak is by them playing, kind of free and loose all of a sudden?
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely playing. They're playing their game. To me, the standout from last night is the way that first period went after you had the 2-0 lead was not good at all. New Jersey was all over you last night in the first period, and you regrouped. You went into the intermission. You got there with the lead. Yeah, the Devils came out in the second with some push, but you turned their opportunities into opportunities of your own, scored on those, broke it open, and then from there, I saw a completely adjusted team that had made the adjustments, regrouped, got back to the things that have gotten them to this point, and close out a game like they were masters at it. That was a masterful job, and you got to give credit, because to me, adjustments like that at intermission, that's a huge nod to Rick Tocchet and the coaching job that he's done, especially over the last several weeks.
Obviously, Zegers gets the 2, but Forster, I want to get your thoughts on what he adds to this team. I mean, he was a guy that nobody even anticipated being back. Not only is he back, scored his first game back, 2 more last night. What does he bring that this team really lacked?
I mean, another guy who can put the puck in the net, and they had guys who were trying to fill the void, but nobody who was scoring at the rate that he was before he got hurt. And now he comes back. Like, I look at the fact that he's got 3 since coming back, and he's up to 13 on the season. And now you just wonder, what if he played the whole year? I'd love to know what number he'd be at. I have to think that it would have been in the 35 to 40 range at the rate that he scores goals. He's got that shooter mentality that there are more guys on the team that are coming around to that are starting to shoot more. But it really kind of has, I think both him and Porter Martone, the 2 guys who have kind of come in over the last week, that both are not afraid of taking shots, that want to put it on net as much as possible. They've kind of rubbed off on the rest of the team. Take the shot when it's there. Use the opportunity to your advantage. And that's why you're seeing other guys find the net too. But those 2 seem like they're, Martone's only got the 1 so far, obviously, but the amount of shots he's taking, you'd imagine more would come sooner rather than later. And Forrester has been doing this at this rate all season long when he's been available. So it just makes you wonder, what if once he gets a full season under his belt?
Kevin Durso, 97.3 ESPN.com, covers the Flyers, of course. Porter Martone. What dynamic does he bring to this team that has been apparent, not only for what he brings, but what it's done for others?
Yeah, I mean, well, for others, it's the injection of youth and injection of life into the team, something new. Whenever you have something new, it catches your attention. And then when it's a player who's this impactful right out of the gate, I think everybody else just pays closer attention to it, because it just adds another element to your team. It gets you more excited about what's in front of you. Like they've had pretty much instant success with him. I mean, I know the first 2 games they played with him on the roster, they didn't win, but they easily last week against Detroit, they could have won. Just too many opportunities that went the other way that Detroit took advantage of. But Martone adds that element to it. And for me, from his perspective specifically, it's a maturity level that makes you forget that this is a 19-year-old who's in his first week in the league. Like, he just plays such a mature game, so focused on the details, and he's built for this too. Not all 19-year-olds come in with the body to be able to handle the NHL. He's able to take that physical element and apply that as well. So he's fearless in that aspect, and then makes those smart, mature plays that you just don't see out of 19-year-olds that often.
What about Michkov? Up and down season, obviously. Not the season everybody thought. This guy was, for many fans, the guy they were most excited for. He did have 2 assists last night. What do you see from him these last couple of weeks here? Is he simplifying his game at the right time? What do you make of, I know Michkov's season's not where he wanted it or anybody wanted it to be, but where is he now?
I'm seeing a player now that's starting to make a lot of the smart plays, and the IQ is coming through big time with him. I think about, even last night, he has a play along the wall coming out of the box. He had served a bench minor for the team, comes out of the box, just a little chip up the wall, and now Forrester's off to the races the other way with a 2-on-1. Those kind of plays, he wasn't making those earlier in the year. He's making them now. There's more of a focus on, and to a degree, I think this is part of another element of the Martone edition. Somebody shows up who's new, who's capturing a lot of attention because he's earning the attention with what he's doing. You want the attention on you just as much because you want to contribute in that way. So I think that's another aspect that rubs off, is now Michkov is contributing the way that you would hope he would. And it goes a little bit before Martone got here. I'm not saying that it's like just the Martone effect, but now that he's got 12 points over his last 12 games, he's now picking up points again at a rate that you start to pay closer attention to his skill set, and you see the potential that's been there all along. And it just seems like he's another one of these guys that, like so many on the team, are finding it at the right time.
Yeah, and obviously he's a guy that they had a lot of expectations for entering this year, and it's kind of felt like a lost season almost for him. If they can get him going with Forrester and Martone, just how different is this team, Kevin, from the team that you covered 2 weeks ago?
It's very different. And, I was thinking about this because I heard you bring this up earlier, and I was thinking about this, that I'm going back to Sunday's game for this one in particular, because Martone scores the goal that wins the game in overtime on the 5-on-3 power play. And so he's the first guy you think of because he's the goal scorer. Been here for a week. The primary assist that sets him up is Christian Dvorak, not on the roster last year, free agent pickup by Danny Briere this past offseason. The next assist is Trevor Zegras, acquired in a trade in the offseason, not on the roster last year. The guy who passes the puck to Zegras to get that movement started, Tyson Forrester, not here 5 days ago. And the only guy on the ice who was part of it for the whole season and has that longevity was Travis Konechny. Even your goaltender is a free agent pickup from the offseason that has been a difference maker for you as well. So it goes to show you the job that Danny Briere has done, kind of almost overhauling this to a degree, because you didn't have 3 of the guys I mentioned there with Vladar, Dvorak, and Zegras. That was all offseason. Forrester comes back. That's it. That's an unexpected addition. Martone joining when he did. That's an unexpected addition. And let's face it, Martone's kind of part of that group too, because you didn't even have him in your system last year. He was just drafted. So all of those things come together, and like these newcomers that have all seemed to work out this year are part of the reason why you are where you are.
Kevin Durso, at Kevin_Durso. Cover him for all the Flyers playoff run. If there is a playoff run, we'll have them right here on 97.3 ESPN. Let's talk about the playoff run. 92 points. They lead the Islanders by those 3 points there for that third spot in the Metro. You've got Detroit. How's the math stacking up now for the Flyers after the win last night?
It's stacking up better, but it could have also gone
We
better.
talked on Friday, and the math sucked.
Yeah, I know. It was, as it has been, I'll let you in on a conversation I had with one of my colleagues on Thursday after the game was over when they lost to Detroit last. And the conversation kind of went the same way ours did on Friday. If they lose on Friday, it's over. And my response back, though, to that comment was, I feel like I've said that 5 times this year, though, and they keep just coming back. So that's how that works. So the math is good by winning on Tuesday. That's an obvious. Beating Jersey, that helps your math, obviously, because now you chop 2 points off of everybody else. The pressure's on for everybody. And you were about 20 seconds away from the math really checking out, but Columbus tied the game against Detroit last night and then won in a shootout. So they kept pace. They're 2 points back. So that third spot in the Metro is far from locked up. But your own win trimmed all the numbers down that I gave you the other day. So now your magic number is 7 on Columbus, it's 6 on the Islanders, and it's 4 on the Washington Capitals. Honestly, if you win tomorrow, depending on the result of Washington playing tonight, Washington could be out of the picture by tomorrow that quickly. The Islanders are going to hang there for a little bit, but you could a win would really put a damper on what they have going. They would have to pretty much win out at that point. Columbus is the one that you got to watch for, because if Columbus would have lost that game in regulation last night, and they nearly did, there was a situation where you could actually draw up a path where the Flyers actually clinched the playoff spot by Saturday. And instead, now it looks like this is going to draw out through the weekend. I'm going to go back to what I told you the other day about circling Monday on your calendar. I think that might be a possibility if the Flyers keep up their end of business, that they might get just a sliver of help from those other teams and open the door for Monday to potentially be a win-and-in situation. And if that's the case, then you got to imagine the city's going to be rocking even more than it already is for a home game with the potential of clinching a playoff spot on the line.
I gotta imagine the game was in Jersey last night, but are you noticing, that there is a buzz, that there is a difference? I mean, you've been covering this team for 10 years and haven't got to see anything good.
Well, in particular, in the game in Jersey last night, that was a virtual home game, and you could hear it through the television. You could hear the crowd there. I mean, part of this has to do with, and I know it's out there on social media, they've done Philly sports road trips and things like that, and they've done a bunch of them for the Flyers this year. And apparently this is starting to become a trend. Every time they've organized one of these, the Flyers have won the game. They did the 3-game road trip in California. They went to Detroit for the first road game. Now they went to Jersey for this one. And basically, it's funny. So everybody who kind of organizes these things goes, you know what we have to do now. And initially the response is get everybody to Detroit by tomorrow. I'm thinking that what they're really thinking is if the matchup lines up, it means getting everybody to Pittsburgh for the first round. That's what I'm thinking that possibly means.
All right. Well, I know the possibility is starting to get better. You got Detroit, who just beat you a week ago.
Mm-hmm.
So obviously that's a matchup that they got to overcome. Then I said the schedule makers didn't do them a lot of favors here. You go from Jersey to Detroit out to Western Canada, and then you have to play a back-to-back on Monday and Tuesday. So this is a tough 4 games to finish up here.
It definitely is. You can't overlook that. I mean, Detroit tomorrow is going to be as desperate as it gets. To me, they lose that game, their run is over. They have no shot after that. They're already a team that's floundering and that's hanging on by a thread to begin with. I think that if you were to win, especially in regulation, that would be the final nail in the coffin for them. You don't have to win the game against Detroit in regulation just because you're focused on the Metro teams. You just need to win, keep winning. That'll take care of, everything else will take care of itself everywhere else. But certainly a win of any kind helps there. And then you go from there. I don't even want to look to the Winnipeg game yet because that's where their focus is going to lie. Go take care of business in Detroit. What I will tell you is that last night is getting off to that on the right foot because winning that first game last night of this 3-game road trip, also winning the only game that you had between Sunday's game and everybody kind of coming back into play. Like Columbus was the only team in the division who played outside of you last night. Now the Islanders are going to start playing again on Thursday. So you used that opportunity. That was the game in hand they had on the Islanders. You won that game. There's some separation there. Now you have everything. Everybody's got 4 left over the course of those final few days. You keep doing what you need to do, and the rest of it will line up if that's the case, because at this point, the pressure is on those teams behind you more than it is on you. You just have to maintain what you've done, and the way they played that game last night tells me they are equipped to do that.
Kevin Durso, we'll get out on this. Right now, your best first-round possibility would be a Flyers-Penguins matchup. In your mind, forget the last 65 games. Entering right now, who's a better team, Philly or Pittsburgh?
Oh, wow, that's a loaded question. Pittsburgh's been up and down throughout the course of that. Like, there's definitely, the Flyers are among, I believe, if they're not the best, they're among the 2 best since the Olympic break. Montreal's up there with a pretty solid record since the Olympic break too, but they're right up there at the top. They've gone on that kind. It's funny because it's the type of run that they kept talking about needing to do it, but at the time that they were actually talking about it coming out of the Olympic break, you didn't see this coming from them. It just didn't feel like it was realistic for them the way they had played through those first 60 plus. Now it seems like it is. The way they're going right now, they're the type of team that you don't want to face if they do make the playoffs, because everything's clicking right now. Everything's coming up their way. They're finding ways to win games, and that can do a lot for a team. So if you're looking for that 2010 vibe, that exists because you're getting in on that kind of run. And similarly, like you're talking about 2010 Flyers, 2022 Phillies, that whole thing. You know what stands out to me the most about comparing those two to potentially what the Flyers are trying to do? I can't pick out the same guy every single night as the catalyst of the win. They're getting contributions up and down the lineup. It's Zegras and Forrester last night. It's Martone and Dvorak scoring goals against Boston on Sunday. Against the Islanders, it's Alex Bump and guys like that. You know what I mean? Like, it's everybody going around. Now I'm going to start sounding like Jason Kelsey. It's the whole team, right? Like, everybody's doing it. So because of that can help you go further in the playoffs, because it's not just one guy or two guys that are powering your wins. It's everybody.
All right, well, last year, just to put it in perspective, they have 3 games left. They have 4 games left. They went 1-4 in their last 4 games last season, with a loss to the Islanders, Ottawa, Columbus, and Buffalo. So they still have 4 games left. They have to take care of business still, and they're a lot. You got to go out to a road trip to Detroit and Winnipeg, and then come back and play a back-to-back. So we will keep our eyes on that. Kevin_Durso for all the Flyers coverage, pre- and post-game coverage over at 97.3ESPN.com and on the social media channels as well. All right, Durso, we'll talk soon.
Sounds good, Mike. Thanks.
All right, Durso, of course, will be covering the Flyers for 97.3ESPN.com all season long. And if there are playoffs, he'll be all over them. And, of course, you can listen to the Flyers on Thursday night. The game is on Rock 104.1 as the Flyers take on the Detroit Red Wings. We got another chance for you to qualify for our Eagles draft party at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. We're going to be there at the Balcony Bar. I want to tell you about my friends at the Branches Outreach. We've been telling you guys about Branches Outreach. It's cold out there today. It got chilly, and there are more than 10,000 guests that went to the Outreach Center, and more than 12,000 warm meals have been served to people experiencing homelessness in K-May County. And tonight's a night where, man, hopefully some of our listeners have helped out and donated since we've been talking about this. You can do it tomorrow from 9 to 1:30 at the Branches Outreach in Rio Grande. Support, donate. Your donations, small and large, especially on a night like tonight, would be very, very thankful and helpful. All right, when we come back, we'll take a look at everything that's happening, the math for the Sixers as well. It's all coming up next on the Sports Bash. All right, we're getting ready to get out of here. Phil's down 3-0. They haven't scored again. Back-to-back shutouts, Josh. That's inept.
It's pathetic.
It's not good. I'm not going to sit here and argue with you on that. I'm also not going to say the season's over, but they got to do something about this offense. I mean, you got to do something. You got the Stott thing. That's going to end. I'm telling you now, that's going to be a change on Friday, I think. You're going to see a change there. That would be my first prediction. That when they come home Friday night, there will be a change. Stott will be out of the 5-hole. It's Luzardo against Soroka. Soroka is a right-handed pitcher, so they'll probably have Marsh in the 5-hole. I would think that's the first change. We'll talk more about it tomorrow on Phillies Fastball, but that would be my anticipation. The first thing will be Stott and Marsh will flip-flop in the lineup. That's the first thing. But that's not going to change a whole heck of a lot. Stott hitting 5th is not why this team can't score. You know, right now, you look at it again, they haven't scored today. Why? Well, I just turned around and Kyle Schwarber strikes out with 2 on and 1 out in the 8th, and he comes up to bat with 2 on and a chance to do some damage. And I'm not saying he has to hit a home run, but he struck out. And then Harper comes up. And by the way, Bryce Harper comes up in the situation against a right-handed pitcher with 2 outs and Bohm on deck, and they pitch to Harper. What does that tell you? They don't give a flying flip about Harper. They pitched to Harper. And what did Harper do? He rolled one weakly to first base out of the inning. So a right-handed pitcher struck out Schwarber and Harper. Well, didn't strike Harper out. Harper ground out. Yeah, he shut them down. So you had a chance with 2 on in the 9th. By the way, Crawford, who got off to a blistering start, he's down to 306. They pinch hit for him in the 8th with Otto Kemp. And Kemp did get a base hit, but I guess Kemp now is Kemp out there in the outfield. I mean, they made a trade for an outfielder today. He's like a 4A player, but they need to find an outfielder who, in this kind of situation, you can't have Otto Kemp playing left field in a game where it's close. I mean, it's 3-0 still. This is a close game. Marsh is in center now. Kemp is out and left.
Well, and really quick to your point you made earlier in the Phillies Fastball segment about, why don't they play more? Where's more in all this?
Oh, I don't need to see more. I said, if you don't need more is what I said. He has no role on this team. But last night, Moore has played 154 games in left field, which is, oh, by the way, oh, my Lord. Put a 10 on that circus. They just threw one all around the diamond. It went out to right field. The run came all the way from first around to score. It's now 4-0. So we'll end it like that. How about that? Sports Patch Live, 97.3 ESPN. Unbelievable. We'll talk more about it tomorrow. Phillies Fastball tomorrow and more. I am Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash. Have a great night, everybody. Before we get out of here, give me caller 6 and 7. We'll end up on a good note. We'll get 2 people a chance to win tickets, club box seats to an Eagles home game this season at Lincoln Financial Field. Caller 6 and caller 7 right now. 609-573-3776. That's what you need to do. Be caller 6 and caller 7, and you're entered. You must be present to win that day, April 23rd at the Balcony Bar at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City, their draft day party. We'll draw one lucky winner from this group of people. We'll also be drawing for other great prizes like an overnight stay at Ocean Casino Resorts. We got concert tickets. We got comedy shows. We got gift cards. It's going to be a great time. You guys know the party is always fun. This time, though, it's at the Balcony Bar at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. Caller 6 and caller 7. Good luck.